back, brothers, to Lore. Tonight's story, we dive into Madman Yarrick's battle versus one of the greatest Orks walls that has ever been. Before I get into the madness, be sure to like and comment any views of topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. You have been killing it like always. Now, let's get into the madness.
Armageddon breathed through 1,000,000 chimneys and bled through 1,000,000 exhaust vents. The world had been made ugly by industry and then made sacred by need. Its skies were a lid of smoke. Its seas were poisoned to a metallic sheen. Its plains had long ago been buried beneath slag, cinder, refinery complexes, and the crawling spread of manufactoria, vast enough to swallow whole provinces of lesser worlds. Between the Hive cities lay ash deserts, where the wind moved in black sheets across the ground, and the bones of dead machines stood half-buried like the ribs of ancient beasts. Men labored here until their lungs turned to filth, and their blood took on the taste of iron. They were born beneath factory sirens, marched to work beneath the gaze of saint statues blackened with soot, and died in shifts so great that the corpse carts rolled day and night. Armageddon endured because the Imperium required it to endure. That was the only mercy it had ever been granted. Commissar Sebastian. Yarrick stood beneath a bank of lumen globes in a command chamber cut deep into the lower levels of Hive Hell's Reach, and listened to the dead speak through static. The chamber smelled of machine oil, damp paper, burnt dust, and the stale sweat of men who had not left their stations in too many hours. Vox officers hunched over relay banks. Servo quills scratched over data slates with insect diligence. Auspex picts shimmered and blurred beneath the interference of distant storms. On the central hololithic table, the northern reaches of Armageddon Prime glowed in cold green ghostlight, littered with rune clusters marking frontier stations, ore settlements, ash road checkpoints, and outlying promethium fields. Too many of those runes had gone dark. A captain of the planetary defense forces stood beside the table with one arm in a sling and half his face blistered raw by flame. He had the look of a man ashamed to have survived. Grey ash still caked his boots and the hem of his greatcoat. His eyes kept straying to Yarrick and then away again, as if afraid the commissar would find weakness in the movement and shoot him for it. Yarrick did not waste words on comfort. He was old, though there was nothing frail in him. Time had pared him down to purpose. The lines in his face looked cut there by a knife. His greatcoat hung from his shoulders with a severity that made him seem carved rather than clothed. The black of his commissarial uniform drank the light around it. Only the brass of his cap badge and the hard pallor of his features caught the lumens and threw them back. He touched one gloved finger to a dead outpost rune. "Again," he said. The captain swallowed. Ash Road picket lawn reached the station after dawn shift. The relay towers were wrecked, fuel dumps gone, barracks burned out, no survivors in the hab stack. Tracks. "Yes, Commissar." "What kind?" The captain hesitated. Yarrick's eyes lifted to him. The hesitation died. "Ramshackle. Oversized wheels, scrap plating, heavy axle spread. There were at least a score of vehicles, perhaps more. Hard to tell with the ash blowing over the ground." "Not hard enough," said Yarrick. "Were they looted civilian carriers or purpose-built?" "Purpose-built, Commissar." "Then why did you call them raiders?" The captain said nothing. Yarrick's voice remained calm, which made it all the worse. "Raiders come lean and quick. They strike, steal, burn, and flee. This was convoy weight. This was staged violence. This was reconnaissance by butchers who wanted to be seen and feared. They were testing response times, measuring roads, gauging the nearest armor reserve. They were not feeding. They were learning." He turned to the Vox station at the far wall. "Play the Frontier transcript again." A burst of static flooded the room, then a man's breathing, ragged and wet. Gunfire crackled somewhere beyond him. Engines roared. Voices screamed, in panic. A second voice cut across the channel, high and raw with terror. "They're on us. Throne preserve us. They're everywhere. Emperor's mercy. What are they saying? What are they? A new sound burst over the vox, amplified by blood and distance and madness. It was laughter, huge and thick and exultant. Then came the words in a guttural bellow, ugly as a grinder chewing bone. Drive at the guns, smash the gate, kill the little runts first. The transcript ended in a grinding shriek and a gush of static. Yarrick's expression did not change. Not raiders, he said. Line breakers. One of the Vox officers looked up despite himself. You understand their tongue, Commissar? Yarrick did not look at him. Enough. The captain wet cracked lips. Greenskins have struck the outlands before. Yes, said Yarrick, and carrion flies have landed on corpses before. That does not make them the same swarm every time. He leaned over the hololith, studying the blackening gaps along the frontier. His mind moved through the pattern with pitiless speed. The attacks were not random. Ore lines severed, relay points blinded, patrol routes bloodied precisely where reinforcements would be delayed by terrain and smoke. Crude, yes, by the standards of a true Imperial campaign. Brutal, yes, in the way greenskins always were, but not witless, not chaotic. There was design beneath the filth. A hand had gathered the beasts. A will had set them in motion. Bring me the prisoner, he said. The guards dragged the creature in on a shock chain looped around its throat. It was not one of the great war beasts that men remembered in nightmares, but a smaller greenskin, though still broad as a slaughterhouse slab and dense with muscle. Its lower jaw jutted forward beneath broken tusks. One ear was half missing. A lass burn had split its shoulder open to the bone, yet it still strained against the chain with a relish that made the men handling it look frail. It sniffed the air and grinned through blood. Yarrick stepped close enough to smell it. Fungus rot, old blood, engine grease, powder smoke, the stink of a thing bred for war. He spoke in the Ork tongue, the words hard and ugly in a human mouth. Who leads you? The creature blinked, surprised into stillness. Then it barked laughter, thick with phlegm. Humie talks good. Got dead ones what screamed better, though. One of the guards tightened his grip on his rifle. Yarrick lifted a hand without looking back. The guard froze. Who leads you? Yarrick repeated. The Ork bared its tusks. Big boss, bigger than any other. Heard the call. We all did. World out there's ripe. Full of smoke, full of guns, full of fight. Proper world for breaking. Yarrick's eyes narrowed. Name. The Ork spat a clot of blackish blood onto the floor. Names for the boss to shout, not me. Yarrick drew his bolt pistol with one smooth movement and drove the muzzle into the creature's ruined shoulder. The beast snarled, but he pressed harder, grinding metal into exposed bone. You do not understand your position, Yarrick said in low Gothic. I am not asking to satisfy curiosity. I am measuring the shape of the war that will kill you. The Ork stared at him, then laughed again, lower now, almost admiring. Good Humie, it said. Mean Humie. Yarrick fired. The bolt took the greenskin apart from the collar down. Meat, splinters of rib, and shards of green-black gore burst across the wall in a hot detonation. One of the guards flinched as a gobbet of brain matter struck his cheek and slid down onto his rebreather collar. Yarrick holstered the pistol before the corpse finished collapsing. Record the answer, he said. Not the words, the certainty. He left the chamber to the scrape of boots and the silence that always followed him. Outside, the Hive's lower training yards stretched beneath an iron sky crossed with gantries and smoke pipelines. Sirens wailed the changing of shifts. Recruitment columns shuffled through wire lanes beneath flood lamps haloed by ash. Fresh troopers in long coats and rebreather masks stood in blocks, while drill sergeants stalked between them like wolves among penned livestock. Beyond them lay the armor parks, rows upon rows of chimera transports and battle tanks under service cranes, their hulls slick with rain-like fallout and refinery grime. Tech adepts moved around them in sensors of blue spark light. Engines coughed awake. Track links clanked. Promethium fumes bit the back of the throat like acid. The Steel Legion were born for such ground. Masked faces, trench coats stiff with grime, compact lasrifles hanging from gloved hands, men who climbed into the iron guts of chimera carriers as naturally as other men stepped into chapels. Yarrick watched a crew chief strike a driver across the helm for sloppy maintenance. Good. Better the blow now than death later. He watched a lieutenant smiling as he spoke to a line of fresh conscripts. Bad. Men did not need smiles before a war. They needed certainty. He marked the lieutenant for removal. A squad of Steel Legion troopers crossed the yard at a run, rebreather hoses twitching against their chests, a heavy flamer team bringing up the rear. They saw Yarrick and corrected their line as one, every spine snapping straighter. The sergeant saluted. Commissar. Yarrick looked over them. Soot, discipline, fear held properly leashed. How many kill markings on your squad's chimera, Sergeant? The man answered without pause. 17 confirmed, Commissar. You hesitated after confirmed? Only to avoid lying, Commissar. Yarrick's gaze lingered a moment longer. Good. Liars inflate numbers. The dead expose them later. Report to Armor Deck Gamma. You will reinforce the northern ash lanes. The sergeant's lenses reflected the furnace light. By your command. They moved. No more words. Yarrick approved of them at once. Far beyond Armageddon's choking skies, where the void swallowed light and returned only hunger, a different iron world thundered through darkness. The deck plating of the greenskin warship shook beneath stamping boots and roaring engines. Chains swung from overhead beams. Slabs of stolen armor plate had been riveted across walls that had once belonged to some other vessel, some older victim now consumed and remade in the image of brutality. Sparks rained from crackling weld lines. Gretchen scuttled with armfuls of ammunition and lengths of chain. Boys brawled for sport in the red gloom, fists like mallets, teeth snapping, blood and oil slicking the deck. A knob had his face torn open to the skull and only laughed louder as he head-butted his rival senseless. At the center of the din stood Gazkull mag Uruk Thraka. He seemed less a creature than a siege made flesh. Iron and scars, cables and slabs of scarred green muscle. His great iron-shod bulk loomed above the mob while the deck groaned beneath him. His eyes gleamed with the surety of a predator that had scented worthy prey. On the bulkhead behind him, a crude picked feed flickered with stolen auger images of Armageddon, hives, smoke oceans, refinery fires bright as wounds. A lesser warlord, all tusks and crude iron plates, thumped a fist to his chest. "Boss," he growled, "we could hit the other worlds first. Easier scrap, softer humies." Gazkull turned his head with slow, terrible focus. "Soft ain't why we're going," he said. The deck seemed to quiet by instinct. Even the nearby fighting slowed. He jabbed one iron claw toward the image of the world. Look at it. Black smoke, big guns, great big cities full of little humies packed in tight, forges, tanks, walls. That's a world what knows war, even if it's forgot how to enjoy it. We'll remind it. A growl of approval rolled through the chamber. Gazkull's grin widened. "This world'll scream proper. This world'll feed the war. We won't just loot it. We'll break it till the sky burns green." The roar that answered him was that of an army already tasting blood. Back in Hive Hell's Reach, Yarrick stood beneath a vaulted ceiling, painted with saints and victories long devoured by soot, and entered Hermann von Strab's audience chamber. The governor had made a court of rot in the middle of a dying world. Silk hangings imported from off-world draped the walls. Gilt cherubs stared sightlessly from alcoves. A table of preserved fruits and spiced meats stood untouched beside crystal decanters. Incense burned in silver censers, failing utterly to mask the richer smell of overfed flesh and cultivated excess. Nobles and functionaries clustered at the edges of the hall in tailored coats, each one trying very hard to look useful and succeeding only in appearing decorative. Hermann von Strab himself reclined in a high-backed chair as if it were a throne. Rings glinted on heavy fingers. His face was smooth with expensive Juvenat work and soft with appetites too long indulged. Behind him hung a vast banner bearing his heraldry. It was almost as large as the Aquila on the opposite wall. The imbalance seemed to Yarrick to say everything. Von Strab did not rise. "Commissar," he said, and managed somehow to make the title sound like an inconvenience. "I am told you have caused alarm in 3 separate command echelons and interrupted my evening meal." Yarrick halted at the foot of the dais. "Then I regret only that I did not arrive sooner." A murmur stirred the hall and died just as quickly. Von Strab's mouth tightened. "Your reputation for theatrical insolence is overstated. Speak." "The frontier line is being mapped by organized greenskin forces. Outlying stations are not being raided at random. They are being stripped in sequence. Roads, fuel reserves, and relay points are being tested. We must issue immediate astropathic calls for aid across the sector, place every hive on full war footing, recall all dispersed armor, and begin planetary mobilization at once." Von Strab stared at him for a moment, as if he had just been asked to kneel in filth. "For raiders. For the spear point of an invasion. You presume much from Ash Road skirmishes and the ravings of wounded men." "I presume from patterns," said Yarrick, "and from the greenskins themselves." A nobleman at the edge of the hall gave a faint, disbelieving laugh. Yarrick turned his head toward the sound. The man paled and looked away. Von Strab steepled his fingers. "Do you truly imagine I will throw the world into convulsion because some half-feral Xenos have burned a few frontier outposts?" "I imagine," said Yarrick, "that if you do not, this world will drown." The governor's expression hardened. "You overstep. I serve the throne. It is my function." "Your function is discipline, Commissar, not strategic hysteria." Yarrick took one step forward. Every guard in the chamber stiffened. "With respect, Lord Governor, hysteria is the luxury of fools. I am offering you warning." Von Strab rose then, red gathering in his face. "You are offering me insult in my own hall. Armageddon has repelled invaders before. I command armies enough to crush any rabble that lands upon my soil. I will not have panic spread because an old soldier has grown addicted to omens." Yarrick's face might have been cut from stone. "These are not omens. These are preparations. The enemy is not gathering to steal. It is gathering to conquer." "Then let it come," snapped Von Strab. "It will find Armageddon ready." Yarrick looked around the perfumed hall, at silk, at ornament, at men too smooth in the face and too soft in the hands, and for the first time that night he felt something colder than anger move through him. "No," he said, "it will find Armageddon asleep." The silence that followed was brittle enough to shatter. Von Strab pointed toward the doors with a trembling hand. Whether from rage or fear, Yarrick did not care to judge. "Get out." Yarrick saluted with perfect form. "As you command." He turned and walked from the hall, while the nobles breathed again behind him. By the time he reached the command vaults, the Auspex stations were already alive with fresh alarm tones. Operators hunched over their readouts with the stunned expressions of men watching arithmetic become blasphemy. A senior signal adept looked up as Yarrick entered, his face grey. "Commissar," he said, voice fraying, "we are receiving returns from the outer orbital dark." Yarrick strode to the hololithic pit. At first the display seemed corrupted, too crowded with flickering contacts to mean anything. Then the machine spirit compensated, and the runes stabilized, and every man in the chamber saw the truth at once. The void beyond Armageddon was filling with ships, not a pirate splinter, not a raider fleet, not even a war host by mortal standards. The returns multiplied with every heartbeat, a spreading contagion of iron mass and engine wake, Descending out of darkness in numbers so obscene, the mind recoiled from them. Hulks, cruisers, escort packs, attack moons of scrap and hatred, a sky-born migration of war. One of the operators whispered a prayer. Another began to sob behind his rebreather. Yarrick said nothing. He looked at the impossible readings. He looked at the green-lit swarms falling toward the world. He thought of the dead outposts, the broken lines, the laughter on the frontier vox, the certainty in the dying Ork's voice, the softness in von Strab's hall, the masked troopers in the training yards, the tank columns not yet dispersed to battle stations, the billions packed into the hives like tallow awaiting a spark. Then he drew one slow breath through, clenched teeth. Armageddon, he knew with the absolute clarity that sometimes came only to the damned, was about to drown in green fire. The first ships died in silence. Not true silence, for nothing aboard an Imperial defense monitor ever truly knew peace. There was always the throb of engines through the deck plates, the chime of Auspex returns, the hiss of recycled air through steel lungs, the whispered prayers of ratings who knew the void held no mercy for error. But when the greenskin fleet fell out of darkness and the first line of monitors turned to burning wreckage, the silence came in the way a throat is silenced when it is cut. Vox channels snapped mid-order. Command runes winked out before warnings had finished forming. Whole warships became expanding wounds of fire in the black, and the men on the surviving stations watched their brothers die before the alarms had even settled into a single rhythm. Above Armageddon, the void war opened like a butcher's hand. Orbital. Augur shrines filled with the shriek of overloading signal arrays. Servitors spasmed at their terminals as targeting spirits drowned beneath impossible mass returns. Macro cannon batteries on the high defense stations fired in disciplined broadsides, lines of incandescent ruin reaching into the void to hammer the front of the incoming horde. But for every greenskin vessel broken apart, there were 10 more pushing through the wreckage behind it. Crooked silhouettes loomed in the dark, like bad thoughts made iron. Hulks stitched from the corpses of older ships. Kill cruisers vomiting attack craft from ragged launch bays. Escort vessels held together by rivets, spite, and lunatic momentum. Even at a distance they looked obscene, too large and too brutal, like engines built by a species that understood the sacred joy of collision better than the art of navigation. The first defense monitor to die was vigil unending. A crude greenskin ram ship came through the storm of lance fire with half its port flank burning and drove its iron snout straight through the monitor's midships. Men died still strapped to their gun controls. Plasma conduits ruptured. Compartments blew open to hard vacuum. The monitor's spine snapped in a bloom of white fire and spinning debris, and the same broken mass smashed into the neighboring platform with enough force to tear away its port battery decks. Bodies flashed out into the void, turned instantly to tumbling relics. Then, the greenskin drop began. From the hives, the men of Armageddon looked up through smoke and saw stars falling where no stars should fall. Fire streaked the heavens. Some descending objects were landers, some meteoric junk masses packed with engines and war beasts. Some little more than armored coffins hurled at the world with lunatic confidence that enough of them would survive impact to matter. The sky became a rain of iron. Air defense networks opened up in layered fury. Hydra flak tanks spat streams of tracer into the murk. Hive guns thundered from fortified towers. Interceptor craft rose screaming through the clouds and vanished into columns of flame. Yet still the drop came on, red and green and furnace bright, a storm that seemed less like an invasion than a new kind of weather. In the command vaults beneath Hive Hell's Reach, Yarrick stood over a bank of astropathic relay stations and listened to the world choke. Reports flooded in so fast that meaning died under sheer quantity. Landings in the equatorial ash wastes, impacts in the northern refinery belts, frontier redoubts gone dark in long clusters, orbital stations either destroyed or falling from station keeping. A munitions bastion on the western continent had detonated after a greenskin boarding action reached the plasma vaults. One of the primary void shield hubs around the northern Hive corridor had failed without explanation and then gone permanently black. Vox officers called for identification, repeated themselves, screamed for priority channels, screamed louder when no answer came. Somewhere along the line, the chamber's ordered clamor had become a feral thing. An astropath sat slumped in a restraint throne, bald scalp shining with sweat. Thin fingers dug so hard into the armrests that blood ran from beneath the nails. The soul-bound psyker's blind eyes fluttered, as if trying to focus on horrors beyond mortal sight. A choir master stood beside him, muttering the catechisms of focus through clenched teeth. "By order of the governor," the choir master was saying, "sector traffic remains under restriction pending verified scale assessment." Yarrick turned toward him. "Remove the restriction." The choir master froze. "Commissar, I have no authority to—" "You have a tongue and a transmission array," Yarrick said. "That is sufficient. Break restriction. Send the call." The master's mouth worked soundlessly for a moment. "Lord von Strab's office has sealed all strategic. Astropathic traffic pending review. The order carries immediate penalty for breach." Outside the relay chamber, something vast shuddered through the Hive's sublevels. Dust spilled from the ceiling vaults. A moment later, the lights dipped and returned, dimmer than before. Yarrick stepped close enough that the astropathic attendants lowered their heads by instinct. "Look at your instruments," he said. The master did not need telling. Every relay plate was alive with overload signs. Red lumens pulsed like open wounds. Telemetry scrolls spilled over one another in panicked script. On the tactical display above them, fresh impact icons were appearing faster than the machine spirit could consecrate their position markers. Yarrick's voice remained low, which gave it the weight of sentence rather than argument. "This is no matter for review. This is invasion. Send for aid. Segmentum command. Nearby fleet assets. Astartes chapters, if the channels can bear it. Any world with ships, men, or guns. Strip the choir if you must. Burn them out if you must. But send." The choir master trembled. "Commissar!" Yarrick drew his bolt pistol and laid the barrel against the man's chest, just above the heart. The chamber went still, except for the muttering of the astropaths and the far-off thunder of a world beginning to break. "I am not presenting alternatives," he said. "Transmit." The man swallowed once. Then he nodded. The astropaths began to scream almost at once. Their minds reached out into the Empyrean like hands thrust into a furnace. Wards flared. Incense burners swung on servo arms, filling the relay hall with sacred smoke. One astropath bit through his own tongue and spat blood across his robes as the message was forced through the screaming pressure of the warp. Another convulsed so hard, his restraint cables snapped, and he struck the floor, writhing, blind eyes leaking pink fluid. Yet the signal went. Across the madness between stars, a cry of need was hurled outward from Armageddon. "Help us!" The simple truth of it seemed to shame the room. Yarrick did not lower the pistol until the choir master whispered, voice shaking, "It is done." Within the hour, the punishment came, not as a single theatrical denunciation, but as the natural spite of bureaucracy protecting its own vanity while the world burned. Access clearances vanished from Yarrick's command seal. Vox priority codes once open to him closed in sequence. Reserve battalion manifests that had been inbound to Hellsreach were rerouted without explanation. Requests for artillery coordinates returned, stamped with administrative delay. Officers who had shown him proper deference only the day before now avoided his eye and spoke in phrases borrowed from memoranda, as though paper authority could still hold back orbital fire. The governor's office did not summon him at once. It bled him instead, stripping function from him in thin slices until insult became policy. When at last the formal order came, it was delivered by a pale adjutant whose boots had not known real ash in years. By decree of Lord Governor Hermann von Strab, the man recited, Commissar Sebastian Yarrick is hereby transferred with immediate effect to Hades Hive for supervisory duties regarding local compliance, militia stabilization, and the maintenance of morale. Yarrick took the data slate, scanned it once, and let a single breath leave his nose. Maintenance of morale, he said. The adjutant shifted uncomfortably. The governor believes your particular talents are suited to difficult populations. Yarrick looked beyond him through the command vault's narrow armored slit, where the sky glowed with the reflected deaths of ships. Hades will not require morale, he said. It will require walls. The adjutant licked his lips. Transport is already arranged. Of course it was. Von Strab had not merely dismissed him. He had buried him, where failure could be made invisible, in a hive too exposed, too under-provisioned, too politically convenient to matter in the governor's reckoning, except as a future excuse. Should Hades hold, the governor would claim foresight. Should it fall, blame could be loaded onto the old commissar who had spoken too bluntly in too public a hall. Yarrick handed back the slate. Then let us not keep his wisdom waiting, he said. The flight to Hades Hive passed over a world already under judgment. The Valkyrie's hull rang constantly with the distant percussion of flak and the nearer hammering of its own engines. Through the side vision slits, Yarrick watched Armageddon unroll beneath him in bands of ruin. Columns of refugees crawled along ash roads toward hives that were themselves taking fire. Prometheum fields burned in long lakes of orange. A downed transport had ploughed a black trench through a worker settlement and still smouldered amid the wreckage of habstacks crushed beneath it. Farther out in the wastes, he saw the first of the greenskin concentrations moving inland from their landing scars. They came in masses so ugly the eye wanted to reject them. Battle wagons of welded scrap and stolen plating. Gun trucks belching smoke thicker than refinery runoff. Towering scaffold structures dragged on vast tracks. Half fortress and half siege altar. Guns jutting from their flanks at insane angles, while mobs swarmed over them like beetles over carrion. There were walkers too, stomping silhouettes wreathed in exhaust. And everywhere around them moved the foot mobs, rivers of green bodies stamping across the ash beneath banners made of iron, flayed hides and trophies cut from the dead. Artillery flashes pulsed within those columns, like bad stars. The pilot crossed himself when he saw them. By the throne, he muttered over the intercom, forgetting discipline in the face of scale. There are enough of them to bury a continent. Yarrick kept his eyes on the wastes. Then pray they only want one. He knew they would want all of it. Elsewhere upon the same black world, the greenskins shouted their joy to the smoke. Mechs capered around descending landers before their engine fires had even gutted out, hammering plates back into shape while shells burst in the distance. Sparks leapt around them in bright swarms. They argued over calibers, fuel lines, and kill potential with the fond attention of priests at an altar. Boys crashed from troop hulks howling, firing weapons into the air or into one another with equal enthusiasm. Knobs fought at the foot of half-open ramps for the right to be first toward the nearest visible walls, battering each other bloody with axes, fists, and iron-shod boots, while their mobs bellowed approval. Gretchen were trampled beneath wheels, and never noticed. Engines screamed, klaxons wailed, banners rose. The whole invasion force had the atmosphere of a feast already underway. A hulking mech with a welding torch built into one arm threw back his head and laughed as he watched a fresh battle wagon receive an additional gun turret bolted on sideways. "That's more Daka," he roared. His nearest boys answered with a chant that spread from mob to mob like fire through dry rot. Walls to smash, walls to smash, walls to smash. Beyond them, upon an elevated deck of scavenged iron mounted atop a mobile command hulk, Gazkull watched the land war unfolding with the awful satisfaction of a prophet seeing his vision made flesh. The world below him burned in patches already, but not enough. Not yet. He wanted greater flame, greater noise, greater resistance. It was not enough for Armageddon to die. It had to fight properly before it was broken. Only then would the victory matter. He could feel the pressure of the War gathering through the countless throats below him, a psychic storm of expectation and violence. Every impact, every advancing wheel, every firing gun added to it. The world was going to be magnificent. When Yarrick reached Hades' hive, he understood at once why von Strab had sent him there. Hades rose out of the ash like a wounded iron beast crouched to die. It lacked the proud verticality of the greater hives and seemed instead to hunker low behind old walls patched by generations of desperate repair. Smoke leaked from cracked stacks along its flanks. Portions of the outer curtain were blackened by neglect and old bombardments never properly restored. Defensive emplacements sat where doctrine said they should sit, but too many of them were undermanned, improperly sighted, or burdened with weapons that had not been blessed by competent hands in too long. The approach roads were crowded with labor columns, refugee carts, stalled munitions haulers, and militia units trying very hard to look like soldiers. The Valkyrie touched down inside a secondary bastion yard, clogged with armor that should have been deployed hours earlier. Troopers in mismatched kit shouted conflicting orders. An officer was slapping at a junior quartermaster, while two exhausted loaders tried to stop a ration truck from being stripped by civilians pressed up against the barricades. Somewhere nearby, a preacher was screaming of divine wrath to a crowd too numb to care. Yarrick stepped from the transport and felt the ground shake under distant impact. A colonel of the local command staff came hurrying toward him, coat unbuttoned, cap gone, one cheek quivering with fatigue. He saluted late. "Commissar Yarrick, Colonel Verdun, Hades Command. Circumstances are difficult." "Yes," said Yarrick. "I have eyes." The colonel swallowed. "We are still compiling line strength. Several militia cohorts have failed to report to assigned sectors. 2 outer bastions are below ammunition minimums. Civilian unrest in the lower Habs has interrupted ration issue and your walls are rotting while your people steal from one another," Yarrick said. "Show me the command center." Verdun tried to recover some fragment of pride. "There are procedures." Yarrick turned his head and saw 3 men in Munitorum smocks trying to roll barrels away from an armor fuel line under a tarpaulin. He drew his pistol, fired once, and the lead thief vanished from the chest upward in a blossom of red vapor and shattered spine. The other 2 dropped the barrels at once, screaming and throwing up their hands. Everyone in the yard froze. Yarrick walked toward the survivors at a measured pace. His boots crunched through gravel and spilled grain. "Take them," he told the nearest troopers. "String them beside the ration station with their names and offense displayed in full. Theft during siege preparation is treason. Let the queue read." Nobody moved for half a second. Yarrick looked at them. Then everyone moved. He turned back to Colonel Verdun. "Now show me the command center." Within 2 hours, Hades had a different face. Officers who stammered, delayed, contradicted one another, or hid ignorance behind rank, found themselves removed, reassigned, or publicly broken before their peers. One artillery major, who had falsified shell reserve counts to preserve his own standing, was stripped of command and sent to a labor trench with a shovel and a collar bearing his crime. A militia captain, who kept speaking of inevitable withdrawal, was beaten bloody by provosts in front of his own men and told he would either learn obedience or die demonstrating it. Yarrick walked through the Hive's command organs like a blade through infection, carving away vanity, panic and fraud with the same expression he might have worn while reading a weather report. He did not try to inspire affection, he imposed function. At dusk, when enough of the line commanders, Steel Legion detachments, militia officers, and bastion overseers had been dragged into one chamber to hear him, Yarrick stood before them without lectern, ceremony, or amplification. The room smelled of dust, oil, and fear. Hades' hive stands on the hinge of the front, he said, not because it is beloved, not because it is beautiful, not because any governor will sing of its honor. It stands because the roads behind it matter, the munitions under it matter, and the time its walls can purchase matters. If this hive breaks badly, the ash lanes open. If the ash lanes open, the western corridor folds. If the corridor folds, more hives will die. Therefore Hades will hold. Some of the officers met his gaze. Most did not. You will obey all orders without embellishment, delay, or personal interpretation. You will maintain your posts. You will count ammunition honestly. You will discipline rumor, hoarding, and theft with immediate force. You will hold your men in line, or I will find officers who can. If any among you intend to run, despair, or preach surrender, understand me now. The Orks may yet kill you later. I will kill you first. He let the words settle like iron filings. There will be no speeches of glory. There will be no lies about rescue arriving in time to spare you. Relief may come. It may not. That does not alter your duty. You are here to hold, obey, and kill. Fail in any one of those tasks, and you become another burden on those who remain. A young militia lieutenant looked sick. A Steel Legion captain looked calmer than he had since arriving. Colonel Verdun stared at Yarrick as if seeing him for the first time and disliking every detail. Good, Yarrick thought. Hatred was cleaner than false hope. Night came hard over Hades' hive, carrying no peace with it. The last natural light died behind ash clouds, already reddening from distant fires. Search beams swept the approaches. Auspex shrines tracked movement in the wastes. Along the outer walls, troopers in rebreathers checked charge packs and muttered the Emperor's name into the filters of their masks. Tank engines idled beneath. Blast screens. Flamer crews knelt behind barricades slick with machine oil and old soot. Far out in the black plain beyond the wire, the horizon had acquired a pulsing green redness, as if the world itself were infected. Then the Ork guns found the range. The first shells struck the outer hab ring with such force that men on the central wall felt the impact through their boots before the sound arrived. A tower of steel and habcrete folded inward. Window lights vanished in sequence as whole levels collapsed. A second shell landed among a queue of evacuees and turned flesh, ration carts, and masonry into one upward blooming cloud. Sirens began to howl. More impacts came, then many more. The night split open. Artillery fell in shrieking masses from beyond the ash wastes, crude but vast in quantity. Shells screamed over the walls and burst inside the hive proper. Roofs peeled away. Hab blocks toppled. Fuel lines ruptured and set streets afire in running rivers. Somewhere to the east, an ammunition stack detonated and threw a blossom of white-orange flame high enough to silhouette the outer towers in black. Yarrick stood upon a command parapet as steel screamed around him. Outside the walls, through the bombardment's strobing light, he could see the enemy columns advancing. Battle wagons rolled through the ash with their guns coughing flame. Scrap towers creaked forward like mobile blasphemies, packed with shouting greenskins and belching black smoke from a dozen misaligned stacks. Foot mobs came on between them in numbers that made mockery of reason, banners whipping above them, their chants rising even over the barrage. On the wall beside Yarrick, a young trooper stared out through his mask lenses and whispered, voice shaking, "It is the whole world." "No," said Yarrick, watching the green fire gather beyond the gunsmoke. "Only the part of it that has come to kill you tonight." The bombardment intensified until speech itself felt fragile. Steel. Supports wailed. Masonry split. Sections of the lower hive vanished behind curtains of dust and flame. Across the battlements, men began to understand, not abstractly, but in the oldest animal place in the mind, that this was no raid, no savage probing strike, no frontier nuisance that would spend itself against the walls and scatter. This was planetary butchery. This was extermination with engines. This was war the way the galaxy truly meant it. By the third day of the siege, Hades' Hive had ceased to resemble a city and become instead a machine built for the measured spending of flesh. Its streets no longer belonged to traffic, trade, or the thin pretense of ordinary life that had survived the first bombardments. They belonged to ration lines, munitorum drays, shell carriers, medici litters, and corpse carts. The towers and habrings of the Hive groaned under fresh layers of plate and ferrocrete. Internal transit shafts were stripped for metal and remade into kill corridors. Chapel. Vaults became ammunition depots. Counting houses became command posts. School chambers became triage pens, where men bled out beneath Saint icons blackened by smoke and surgical steam. The city's lungs, never clean even in peace, now breathed through ash-clogged ducts that coughed soot over everything. The air tasted of promethium exhaust, blood, incense, and hot iron. It scraped the throat raw. It settled in the eyes. It coated prayer books, bandages, shell casings, and the lips of the dying with the same grey filth, as though Armageddon itself meant to claim every man under one colour before he was fed to the guns. Yarrick made use of all of it. He fused the Steel Legion, the surviving planetary defence forces, the worker militias, hab gangs, salvage crews, and press-ganged labour columns into one ugly instrument of endurance. And he did it so fast that the men forced to carry out his orders could not decide whether they were witnessing genius or blasphemy. Barricades rose where the street plans had never intended them. Old hab stacks were evacuated, mined and rigged to collapse inward on command. Demolition charges vanished into the bones of transit tunnels, mag rail shafts, and cargo lifts. Whole districts were remapped around fields of fire instead of population need. A manufacturum foreman, who complained that shell production quotas would kill half his line workers inside a week, was handed a pistol and ordered to choose which half he preferred. When he could not answer, Yarrick chose for him, and the line continued through the night over the bodies of those who had failed their output checks. No one called it justice. No one sane mistook it for mercy. Lieutenant Erhard Kessel of the Armageddon Steel Legion first understood that Hades was no longer a hive, but a fortress state, when he saw shrine bunkers being built in the foundations of a worker district that had not yet finished burying its dead. Kessel had been born in the shadow of a promethium stack, outside Infernus Gate, and had worn a rebreather on his face before he had properly grown into a man's height. War had never seemed remote to him. On Armageddon, war was merely industry wearing a different uniform. He had served in ash campaigns against greenskin raiders before, had watched armored columns burn on the horizon, and heard the slow, ugly work of flamer crews in the wreckage of settlements too small for the wider Imperium to remember. None of that had prepared him for Yarrick. He saw the Commissar moving through Hades like a dark certainty given human shape. No wasted stride, no hesitation, no rhetorical thunder. Men were accustomed to commanders who shouted to disguise fear, or raged to obscure their own lack of control. Yarrick did neither. He simply arrived, spoke, and the hive changed around his words. Kessel stood beside a line of sandbagged gun nests, while labor gangs broke open a shrine courtyard with cutting torches and industrial hammers. Bronze saints toppled, marble martyr effigies shattered. Beneath them, engineers and chain servitors lowered prefab bunker segments into the exposed ground, while priests of the ecclesiarchy moved among the workers, daubing machine oil and sacred unguents onto the fresh plating. A basilica bell that had once called men to prayer now rang in measured intervals to signal shell lift priority. Nearby, a pair of ministorum clerics in soot-black robes walked the length of an earthshaker battery, blessing each gun barrel with incense and muttered litanies as the crews loaded fresh shells the size of coffins into the breach mouths. Kessel watched a shell lift judder upward through an exposed shaft, chains rattling, counterweights shrieking. Crates of battle cannon rounds emerged from below, along with the smell of hot metal, churned grease, and the sweet, sick reek of the medici station built on the level beneath. He glanced down through the iron grating and saw rows of cots under red lumen strips. More wounded than beds, men with blown-off limbs or opened bellies, waiting in line for the attention of exhausted chirurgeons whose aprons were stiff with blood. A screaming loader with half his face torn off by shrapnel was shoved aside, so a more salvageable trooper could be dragged to the operating slab first. Beyond the gun line, corpse carts rolled past beneath tarpaulins that did nothing to hold back the drips. Hades had found its proper function, Kessel thought. It had become honest. "Lieutenant," he turned so fast his boots scraped sparks from the ferrocrete. Yarrick stood 3 paces away, greatcoat dusted grey at the hem, cap brim shadowing eyes that seemed never to blink long enough for human fatigue to matter. "Commissar." "You are Kessel." It was not a question. Kessel swallowed. "Yes, Commissar. You held Bastion Kappa until every gun there melted or jammed. We held it until the lines became untenable." Yarrick's gaze did not soften. And then we withdrew by sector order." A pause. Kessel felt, absurdly, as though the older man were measuring the density of his bones. "Good," said Yarrick. "You did not say heroically. You did not say valiantly. Men who decorate retreat with adjectives are usually concealing cowardice or incompetence. I require neither." Kessel realized only then that he had been holding his breath. "Yes, Commissar. You will act as liaison between Steel Legion armor detachments and inner Hive demolition teams. You will carry my authority in the northern interior sectors. If a wall must be abandoned, you will ensure the enemy pays in blood and iron for every meter. If an officer disputes your orders, you will report his name to me after you have complied with mine. Do you understand?" Kessel heard himself answer immediately. "I do." Yarrick leaned slightly closer. His voice was quiet enough that it forced attention rather than commanded it. "You have the look of a man who still thinks survival and victory may be negotiated separately. They cannot. Not here. The Hive survives only if enough of its men die correctly. Teach that lesson to anyone under your command who has not yet learned it." Then he was moving again, already elsewhere, already changing something. Kessel watched him go, with a sensation perilously close to awe, and not far at all from fear. That evening, the first probing attacks struck the northern outer lines. They did not come as a true assault. That was what made Yarrick study them, instead of merely meeting them with maximum fire. The Orks sent warbands against 3 sectors at once, all noise and engine smoke and bellowed threats, but the weight of each push differed in telling ways. One charge came fast and loud against a bastion with recently repaired flak towers, forcing the defenders to reveal gun arcs and reserve timings. Another drifted wide through the ash, battle wagons firing continuously while their infantry hung back, testing minefields and response distances. A third came at dusk, through an industrial trench district where visibility was worst and panic easiest to spread. Kessel was on the wall above that trench district when the first of them emerged from the smoke. Big green bodies loomed between rusting pipeline stanchions and shell craters. Muzzle flashes flared red across broad, tusked faces and slab-like shoulders packed with stolen armor plates. They came on at a loping run, hunched into the rain of lass fire, some carrying axes made for butchering bulkheads, others roaring behind clattering shooters that sprayed rounds with the mad confidence of creatures born to believe enough violence would always solve the problem. Behind them, a looted transport slewed sideways through the trench mouth and vomited more boys into the dark, while its gunner whooped as though this were festival work. The wall guns answered with disciplined murder. Heavy bolters hammered. Multi-lasers stitched the trench line. Mortar teams zeroed their fall by instinct and experience, dropping airburst death into the densest knots of green flesh. Orks came apart in gobbets of black-red meat and broken tusks, but still they pressed close enough for the defenders to hear them laughing. Kessel kept waiting for the real shove, the committed press of bodies and armor that would try to carry the position outright. It never came. After blooding the line, the greenskins broke off in fragments, dragging their wounded or simply leaving them to crawl and bellow in the ash, while the surviving mobs fell back beyond clean target sight. Kessel found Yarrick in the tactical chamber, already comparing casualty tallies and auspex trails with a concentration so severe it looked liturgical. They were testing line discipline, Yarrick said, before Kessel had fully entered. The northern probe cared nothing for the wall. It wanted our mortar pattern and response lag between militia and legion sectors. Kessel removed his gloves, fingers sticky with ash and another man's blood. They lost hundreds. Yarrick nodded once. Yes. It took Kessel a moment to understand. The loss had not mattered to them. It had purchased information. Yarrick placed a gloved finger on the tactical projection. Note this. They push hardest where they smell uncertainty, not weakness. Weakness is common. Uncertainty is promising. Greenskins like resistance they can feel themselves overcoming. A wall that folds too quickly is loot. A wall that bites becomes a challenge. Challenge draws them. We will use that. Kessel looked at him. Use it how, Commissar? Yarrick's mouth did not quite smile. By teaching them to hunger in the wrong direction. Outside the hive, the ash wastes burned under the tread of a billion war beasts. Ork camps spread like industrial infection across the plain, each one a clutter of scrap towers, roaring engines, fuel pits, chained, squigs, ammunition mountains, and half-constructed weapons still sparking under the tools of ecstatic mechs. Whole foundries had been erected from battlefield salvage already, coughing black smoke through crooked chimneys, while slaves and Gretchen fed them a diet of torn metal and stripped machine parts. Battle wagons prowled between the encampments. Gargantuan artillery pieces were winched into place by crews that fought one another between loading cycles. Knobs beat lesser orcs into line with all the rough affection of owners disciplining hounds. In the center of one such sprawling iron abomination, a mob boss with half a human skull nailed to his breastplate was yelling his report toward Gazkull through a wall of noise. "Dat Humi place fights mean, boss. Proper mean. Keeps blowing up streets under us. One lot runs, then the walls open up with tanks behind. Nearly had the gate till the whole side of the road dropped out and swallowed 3 wagons. The surrounding boys snarled. Approval, rather than outrage. The story pleased them. Gazkull listened from an iron throne welded to the deck of a command wagon, large enough to crush Hab units under its treads. He was still as a cliff, while the lesser war boss shouted, and his stillness made him seem larger than motion would have done. The firelight painted his armor in blood colors. The bionics grafted into his vast frame hummed softly beneath the clamor. "A Humi did that," he said at last. "Yeah, boss. Old one. Black coat. Keeps turning up where the best fights is. Boys say he shoots his own gits too if they get jumpy." At that, Gazkull threw back his head and laughed, a sound so huge it rolled across the camp and made nearby mobs turn to listen. "That's better," he said. "Much better." The boss blinked, uncertain whether he was being mocked. Gazkull leaned forward, eyes bright with the savage pleasure of recognition. "Worlds what just break ain't worth much. They crack you walk through, you loot the shinies, then it's done. But a world what wants to bite back, what's got one nasty old Humi making it hurt, that's proper. That means there's fight in it yet." The boys around him began to grin and pound weapons against armor plates. One shouted, "Let us at the walls again." "Oh, we will," Gazkull said. "We'll hit 'em till they spit blood and ask for more." Back within Hades, Yarrick began feeding the hive to itself, with all the emotional hesitation of a quartermaster measuring shell stock. Civilian districts nearest the likely breach approaches were evacuated at gunpoint, not to safety, but to work lines. Men too old for militia issue were sent to trench labor with picks and respirators. Children carried last packs, medical rolls and canteens to the reserve lines until they dropped from exhaustion or were judged more useful in shell counting. Hab gangs who knew the lower levels better than any official map were offered a choice between service and execution, and discovered that service in the mine-rigged tunnels at least postponed death into usefulness. Manufactorum crews were locked into continuous shifts, while overseers walked the aisles with shock mauls and ledger slates. Anyone who faltered too visibly was dragged away, and the machines never stopped. Kessel saw one ration riot end before it had properly begun. A dozen starving workers had rushed a distribution cage after hearing a rumor that fresh corpse starch blocks had been diverted to officer reserves. The provosts were still wading into the crowd when Yarrick arrived. He did not ask who had started it. He did not demand calm. He walked straight to the front, shot the man holding the stolen crate, and ordered the rest to drag the body to the trench detail as an example of inefficient hunger. Then he had the rations weighed in front of everyone, the rumor traced to a panicked clerk, and the clerk hanged from a shell crane with a sign describing the offense in exact bureaucratic language. The riot ended not because justice had been done, but because function had been restored. This, more than anything, won men to Yarrick. Not affection, not loyalty in any warm sense. He won them the way a blade wins trust from the hand that grips it. He cut cleanly. He was terrible. He was exact. Under him, shells arrived where they were needed. Fuel reached tanks before engines went dry. Weak officers vanished. Failing wall sections received reinforcements minutes before collapse. Even his punishments, monstrous as they were, possessed a grim internal coherence that felt almost supernatural in a hive drowning in confusion. Men feared him and therefore believed in him. On the 6th day, he set the first great trap. A sector of the outer manufactorum ring was ordered to yield under pressure. Militia platoons were instructed to fight hard enough to make the withdrawal look costly, then fall back by pre-marked streets into the interior. Ork scouts and advance mobs, emboldened by what looked like a crumbling defense, poured after them through avenues already bracketed by range marks invisible beneath the ash. Kessel rode with the hidden armor reserve, engines idling in a shuttered cargo hall, while demolition teams waited with thumb switches in sweaty hands. The Vox hissed. A calm voice said, "Now." The city bit. Hab fronts and warehouse facades vanished in chain detonations, showering the avenue with slabs of ferrocrete, rebar and flesh. The leading Ork wagons were lifted sideways and dashed apart, wheels spinning free through dust clouds full of screaming metal. From concealed transit bays, chimera carriers and battle tanks burst into the kill zone on both flanks, multi-lacers and heavy bolters firing point-blank into the trapped mobs. Above, murder holes cut into old loading gantries opened up with disciplined lass fire, while flamer teams washed the rear of the avenue in burning promethium, sealing the survivors. Inside the slaughter, Kessel saw an Ork knob, twice the mass of any man present, stagger through the fire with half its face hanging off and still try to rally the charge. A battle cannon shell hit its center mass. For an instant, the creature ceased to be one thing and became a red-black weather of bone splinters, boiling organs and plate fragments. The kill lasted less than 7 minutes. When it was done, the avenue was filled almost to knee-height with wreckage, burning fuel, and the dead. Smoke rolled upward in greasy curtains. Somewhere beneath it, a few surviving greenskins still moved, hacked open and burning, trying to crawl toward the walls with murder still in them. Kessel stepped down from his command hatch and felt hot blood splash his boots as he walked. He found Yarrick in the drifting smoke, studying the field through magnoculars rather than admiring it. "They came too eagerly," Kessel said. "They will come more eagerly next time," Yarrick answered. Kessel looked at the heaps of torn green flesh and ruined wagons. After this, because of this, that was the lesson. Resistance lured, blood challenged. The Hive had to look wounded but hateful, vulnerable but defiant. If Hades seemed ready to die properly, the greenskins would keep feeding themselves into it. And so they did. Reports of the black-coated Hume commissar spread through the greenskin camps with growing relish. Some called him a mad boss of Humes. Some swore he had a grot's size of mercy and a gargant's appetite for dead. The details changed from mob to mob, but the conclusion remained the same. Hades was fun now. Hades hurt. Hades had to be cracked open by the biggest, meanest fist available, because anything less would smell like weakness. When the latest war bosses brought their complaints and boasts before Gazkull, he received them with widening amusement. "The old one blew up whole streets. Good. He shoots his own runts for running. Better. Walls keep opening where there weren't no walls before." At that, Gazkull's grin spread wide enough to show every tusk. "See," he rumbled to the gathered knobs, "this is what I've been telling you. The best fights ain't where the enemy's weak. They're where the enemy's mean enough to matter." A scar-scored knob thumped his chest. "So we hit other places first, boss. Make this one watch 'em all burn." Gazkull turned his head so slowly, the knob's bravado died before the answer came. "No," he said. "We hit this one harder." The camp quieted. He rose from the Iron Throne, towering over them, a war god made of muscle, plate, and conviction. "That Hive thinks it can shame us. It thinks it can make us pay for every step. Good. Then we'll pay. We'll pay in shells, in wagons, in boys, in blood, till the whole place is buried under the bill. I want more guns on it, more mobs, more speed, more smoke. I want the walls. To know our names by daytime, we tear 'em down." The answering roar shook dust from the welded rafters. Out across the ash wastes, columns began to shift. Fresh battle wagons swung their prows toward Hades. Artillery trains groaned into new positions. Foot mobs redirected under moonless smoke toward the stubborn Hive that had dared answer greenskin violence with disciplined cruelty of its own. On the walls of Hades, men watched the distant movement by gunflash and Auspex rune, and understood with sinking certainty what their defiance had brought them. Not glory, attention. The assault began before the sirens. Men on the outer walls later swore they felt it coming in the bones first. A pressure under the feet, like the Hive itself, had sensed the gathering violence and tensed around its old iron heart. Auspex shrines had been screaming warnings for hours. Spotter crews had watched the ash wastes beyond Hades fill with moving engine heat and the red blink of crude signal lamps. Vox. Operators had passed coded reports from bastion to bastion until their voices turned flat with exhaustion. Everyone knew the blow was coming. No one understood its scale until the horizon vanished. It did not darken beneath cloud or smoke alone. It darkened beneath matter. Guns, towers, vehicles, bodies. Greenskin war columns spread across the ash plain until the eye could no longer separate one mob from the next. Battle wagons rolled in ragged phalanxes, exhaust stacks vomiting black fumes into the night. Trucks bounded over shell craters and slag ridges like predators scenting weak flesh. Behind them came the scrap towers, immense stalking blasphemies assembled from welded industry and stolen armor plate, their high platforms packed with shouting boys and their flanks crusted with cannon muzzles that flashed fitfully in the dark. Rockets streaked overhead in wild, corkscrewing arcs, some veering off into empty air, others slamming into the walls with enough force to punch hole. Galleries into red ruin. Great tracked guns dragged by roaring engines crawled into firing positions and began vomiting shells the size of industrial boilers across the approaches. Then the artillery found rhythm. Hades shuddered beneath impact. Outer towers vanished into fountains of stone, steel, and men. A flak bastion on the northwestern rim was struck 3 times in quick succession and folded in on itself, gun crews tumbling through fire and masonry. Whole hab levels behind the walls blew open. Window fronts and shrine niches spat glass and saint fragments over the streets. Steel screamed under strain. Blast doors bowed inward under the hammering shock. Pipes ruptured in the lower transit levels and filled the service trenches with boiling sump water, the color of old blood. Yarrick stood in the central command tier as the first serious casualty counts began to flood in, and watched the tactical display become a wound. "Multiple approach concentrations," said a Vox adept, his face grey beneath soot. "Heavy armor eastern curtain, mass infantry north line, mechanical signatures beneath threshold on the refinery side. We have wall strikes across all outer sectors." Yarrick did not waste time on curses. "They want us uncertain. Deny them." He stabbed out orders without pause. Additional heavy bolter teams to the northeastern parapets. Armor held back in reserve behind the manufacturum district. Demolition charges primed, but not triggered until enemy compression reached acceptable density. Militia platoons shifted from the eastern labor ring into the lower shell avenues. No one was to expend flamer stores until the breach mobs were committed far enough that fire would trap rather than merely deter. Every decision came out hard and exact, the product of a mind already moving beyond the moment in front of it. Lieutenant Erhard Kessel was on the wall above Bastion Lawn when the first Ork ladder hooks slammed into the ferrocrete. They were not true ladders, not in any civilized sense, but lengths of scavenged chain, iron teeth and welded bars, hurled upward by crank engines and brute strength. One hook bit into the parapet, 2 arm lengths from Kessel, and ripped away a section of battlement as it caught. Below, the darkness howled. Muzzle flashes pulsed in green faces and slab-like shoulders. Las fire slashed downward through smoke so thick it turned the beams into glowing rods. Men shouted range corrections into vox beads that crackled beneath the blanket jamming of greenskin noise. A Steel Legion trooper to Kessel's left fired until his barrel glowed, and a rocket turned him into red spray and scraps of rebreather hose. "Cut the hooks!" Kessel shouted. His men lunged at the anchored chains with power cutters, axes and entrenching tools, while heavy stubbers walked streams of fire down the wall face. Orks climbed through it anyway. One reached the parapet in a storm of sparks and took 3 las bolts in the chest, before swinging a cleaver big enough to open a man from neck to hip. Kessel shot it through the throat, felt hot droplets of black-red blood strike his cheek and collar, then shoved the corpse back over the side with both hands. All along the wall, the same desperate intimacy repeated. Orks climbed. Men hacked fingers loose from iron grips. Grenades burst so close that the fragments came back warm from someone else's flesh. The stink of promethium, blood, and ruptured insulation clogged the air. The wall had ceased to be architecture. It was simply another blade edge where bodies met. The first mechanized breach came in the eastern curtain. A cluster of battle wagons drove straight into an old impact scar under cover of artillery and rammed the weakened section in sequence, one after another, like beasts worrying rotten bone. The ferrocrete buckled, reinforcement ribs snapped. Then a larger machine, all jagged plating and spiked rollers, came shrieking through the smoke and hit the fracture point head-on. The wall burst inward in a spray of stone and mangled defenders. Greenskins poured through the dust before it had settled. Yarrick reached the sector while the breach was still becoming itself. He arrived in a chimera whose hull was already pocked with fresh impacts, stepped out into a street littered with corpses and shell fragments, and saw a knot of militia breaking from the line before the enemy had even fully emerged through the smoke. Their officer was shouting for order, voice cracking apart, but fear had outrun command. Men shoved past one another in blind retreat, dropping weapons, clawing at rebreather straps, one already trying to strip off his ammo harness to run lighter. Yarrick drew his bolt pistol and killed the first 3 without changing stride. The detonations punched them apart so violently that the men behind them stumbled in shock, sprayed with gobbets of meat and fragments of bone. One survivor fell to his knees, hands raised, and Yarrick put a fourth round through his face. "Turn," he said. No one moved. He stepped over the ruin of the kneeling man, cloak dragging through blood and grit. Behind him, the breach roared wider. Greenskins bellowed triumph. A wounded loader somewhere to the right was screaming for his mother with half his jaw gone. "Turn," Yarrick said again, voice low as a closing lock. "Or I finish the work the enemy has begun." They turned. The surviving militia went back into the smoke with their terror still on them, but now it had direction. Yarrick took a lasgun from a dead trooper, handed it to the nearest shaking corporal, and pointed with the barrel of his pistol. "Hold at the wrecked hab mouth. Use the rubble as a choke. Wait for the tank reserve to engage before you expose yourselves. If any man runs again, shoot him before I do." Then he was moving, as though the execution and the command had been one continuous thought. The Orks were not merely throwing themselves against Hades. That was the lie lesser commanders told themselves to preserve dignity. They were probing, measuring, smelling for weakness between the brute force. One mob feinted toward a fuel depot to draw reserve armor from the true breach line. Another pounded a gate continuously with wrecking engines, while tunnel teams tried to work under a different sector through old utility conduits. Rockets fell wildly everywhere, but not so wildly that the densest strikes did not coincide with command relays, shell cranes, and visible traffic lanes. Their appetite was enormous, their violence ecstatic, yet there was wicked sense in the pattern. Yarrick saw it all while moving from crisis to crisis beneath a rain of debris and shellfire. At the north line, he found a heavy weapons nest still firing, despite having lost both flank supports, and personally directed the fallback to a secondary firing gallery just before a fresh barrage caved in the original emplacement. At the transit vaults, he led a reserve counterattack down a smoke-choked incline where greenskins had burst through a cargo lock and were butchering a medici queue for sport. He went into them at the front of a Steel Legion shock squad, bolt pistol cracking, chainsword chewing. Kessel saw him there for a moment through the smoke, black coat snapping behind him, one old man at the center of a violence vast enough to erase districts, and understood how the rumors had begun. Yarrick did not fight like a hero in a children's wall painting. He fought like a sentence being carried out, efficient, merciless, entirely stripped of ornament. The manufactorum district around Shell Lift Tertius became the hinge upon which the day nearly broke. The lift was one of the Hive's deep arterial shafts, a massive chain-driven carriage system that hauled heavy ordnance from the lower stock vaults to the inner batteries and armored reserve depots. Lose it, and the guns on half the northern interior would begin to starve. The Orks knew it or guessed it. Either way, they came hard. The district itself was a maze of furnace stacks, conveyor gantries, loading bays, and worker habs crammed so tightly together that every alley felt engineered for an ambush by poverty. The shell lift tower rose at its center like an iron cathedral organ, all pistons, winches, and groaning chain wheels. Priests had hung purity scrolls from its braces. Munitorum clerks had chalked emergency inventory litanies along its side in frantic, slanted script. By midday, its lower approaches were already carpeted with spent cells, shell fragments, and the dead from previous probes. Kessel arrived with 2 Steel Legion squads, a line platoon from the battered local defense force, and nearly 300 labor militia armed with lasguns so worn their casing seals leaked heat. Many still wore minor harnesses, furnace gloves or work coats over their partial webbing. One man had a saint medallion nailed through his rebreather plate. Another was barefoot, having lost his boots somewhere in the retreat from the outer hab ring and found no time to replace them. They had been told to hold. That was all. The first Orks hit along the conveyor lanes, using the machinery for cover, while battle wagons outside the district fired through blown open walls to suppress the galleries. Heavy rounds chewed the corners off buildings. Metal stairs rang under the impact of stray fire. Through smoke and drifting ash, Kessel saw green bodies darting between support columns, bigger than men, lower to the ground than seemed possible for such bulk, all muscle and bad intention. They came in 2s and 20s. They came yelling. They came laughing when the Labour militia shot badly, and stopped laughing only when the shots improved. "Range them by the loader rails," Kessel shouted. "Do not chase. Let them come to the shaft." He knew now, as Yarrick knew, that the greenskins loved a line they could feel themselves breaking, so he gave them one. The first rank of militia fired from stacked shell crates around the lift base. They looked thin and mortal beneath the vast machinery, but their volleys were steadier than fear should have permitted. Men died quickly anyway. One orc vaulted a cracked assembly line housing and landed among them, swinging a circular blade scavenged from an industrial cutter. It took off an arm, half a head, and a spray of fingers before a dozen lasbolts burned into its chest, and Kessel shot it in the eye. Another came on with its belly laid open by previous fire, loops of intestine flapping wetly against its legs, and still managed to bury an axe in a worker's clavicle before a grenadier blew both of them apart. The district became a grinder. Line infantry and Labour militia died shoulder to shoulder around the shell lift, while chain wheels clattered overhead and loaders kept hauling ordnance, even as blood ran through the grooves in the floor plates. When the lower gate burst, inward under ram impact, the defenders fell back in practice stages exactly as Yarrick had drilled into the Hive. First rank to the cargo rails, second rank to the winch housings. Flamer teams hold until compression, then drown the breach mouth. It worked because fear and doctrine were now lashed together so tightly that neither could move without the other. Orks swarmed over the broken gate, trampling their own wounded, firing into the knot of defenders, more for noise than accuracy. The Flamer teams triggered together. White fire roared across the entry tunnel, coating greenskin flesh and scavenged armor alike. Boys burned while still charging, shrieking and laughing both, their skins splitting, eyes running, tusks gleaming through blackening faces. Those behind pushed through the burning bodies anyway, until the passage itself was packed with writhing meat. Then, one of the battle wagons outside found a firing angle through the manufactorum wall and sent a shell into the lift chamber. The explosion tore the western catwalk away and threw men from their positions in fragments. Kessel hit the floor hard enough to numb his left arm. When he rose, the world rang hollow and red. The shell lift's outer chain housing had been punctured. Great links thrashed loose above like iron serpents. One whipped down and wrapped a militia trooper at the waist, cutting him almost in half before hurling his legs into a cargo bay. The rest of him struck a shell stack and slid down it in strips. Still, the defenders held. They held because retreat would open the interior. They held because Yarrick had already taught them that death at the right place was more useful than life in the wrong one. They held because behind them, deeper in the Hive, men and guns still needed what the lift could carry. Kessel saw a Labour sergeant, face hidden beneath a cracked furnace visor, use his own body to brace a damaged blast shutter, while two boys scarcely old enough to shave slammed, locking pins home beneath his arms. The pressure on the far side bowed the metal inward until the rivets squealed. An orc chopper punched through first, then a hand, then another weapon head. The sergeant screamed, blood hosing through the pin slots as his forearms were hacked to tatters, but he did not move until the lock sealed. By then, the shutter looked like a rib cage trying to claw its way out of a body. Elsewhere in the district, orcs reveled in every cruelty the fight allowed them. A wounded chimera driver dragged himself from a burning hatch only to be run down under a battle wagon's tracks, while the greenskin gunner above waved the driver's severed hand like a pennant. Prisoners taken in the outer lane were nailed to conveyor frames and split open for sport. One mob had tied flayed coats and strips of human skin to their banner poles, so the trophies snapped wetly in the furnace wind. They were not merely killing. They were celebrating the act with the intimate malice of a species that found resistance most pleasurable when it screamed. The Imperium answered with its own form of cruelty, colder and tidier. Yarrick ordered entire Hab corridors sealed with civilians still inside, because opening them for evacuation would have interrupted a tank transit route. He had a reserve company executed down to its officer cadre when he learned they had abandoned a lower munitions turn without spiking the stores. He redirected medici transports away from the lightly wounded and toward ammunition resupply because the guns mattered more than recoverable flesh. The moral question never arose. The siege had rendered it irrelevant. Hades held because all softness was being stripped from it by force. By nightfall, the first assault had still not broken the Hive, but the Hive itself had been transformed into a slaughterhouse vast enough to be mistaken for a city only by memory. Streets were slick with sump water, oil and blood. Severed limbs turned slowly in drainage. Channels clogged with shell casings. Blast doors along the inner levels bulged inward, where repeated impacts had left them warped like thin metal under a hammer. Smoke hung so thick in some sectors that las fire strobed through it in bright tunnels. Tracks ground over corpses until flesh and cloth smeared into the road plates. The dead were stacked where there was time, kicked aside where there was not, and sometimes simply driven across because delay would have been a greater obscenity than mutilation. The attack finally slackened, not from mercy, but from appetite, turning toward reorganization. The Greenskins had spent thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, against the gates and walls. They had not cared. Their guns still barked from the wastes. Their towers still crawled forward. Their mobs still gathered in new knots beyond the fires, chanting, fighting, growing louder as the night deepened. Among them, the tale spread fast. The old Humi Commissar had been seen on 3 walls at once. The old Humi Commissar had walked through shell bursts untouched. The old Humi Commissar had shot his own runts and then crumped a knob with his bare hands. Each telling bloated the truth and made it stronger. Greenskins respected that kind of story. An enemy that refused death became something worthy of being personally disproved. Inside Hades, the same rumor hardened from a different route. Yarrick had been in the breach at the Eastern Curtain. Yarrick had led the transit vault countercharge. Yarrick had stood on the shell lift line under direct fire and never once sought cover. Men who had not seen him swore they had. Men who had seen him once spoke as if they had watched a thing more enduring than flesh. He cannot die, they told each other in low voices over ration tins and weapon checks. Not because they believed in miracles, because the alternative was that an ordinary man had accomplished these things, and that was harder to bear. Far beyond the foremost camps, where the largest guns stood ringed by wrecks and roaring mobs, another orc listened to the stories with gathering interest. War boss Ugulhard was massive even by greenskin measure, a brute of scar tissue, layered muscle and iron grafts hammered into place by mechs who valued intimidation more than medical precision. One side of his jaw had been replaced by a jagged metal plate studded with hooked teeth. His power claw was almost too large to be called a hand. It was a killing engine, all pistons and monomolecular talons smeared with oil and old gore. Skulls hung from his belt. Fresh human hides, half cured and still wet, had been nailed to the flank of his command wagon as trophies. He heard the latest account from a panting knob whose shoulder had been burned nearly through by las fire. "Old Blackcoat's still alive," the knob growled. "Keeps turning up where the hardest killing is." Ugulhard's good eye narrowed. He reached down, seized a smaller boy by the throat, and lifted him one-handed until his feet kicked uselessly in the air. "Den why ain't his head here?" The boy choked, clawing at the metal grip around his neck. Ugulhard squeezed until the spine popped, then threw the corpse aside into the dirt without another glance. Around him the camp quieted. Ugulhard turned his claw toward the burning silhouette of Hades' hive in the distance, its towers lit from within by fires, its walls bruised by constant flashes. "I want that Humi," he said. The words came out low, almost calm, which made them more terrible than a roar. "I want his skull on my wagon. I want his coat on my banner. I want the rest of you gits to watch while I tear him open slow enough that the wall can hear it." He flexed the claw. The pistons snarled. Somewhere in its depths, old blood hissed on hot metal. "Next time we hit the gates," Ugulhard said, "I'm going in first." Hades' hive learned the mathematics of siege by hunger first. After the great assault had broken itself against the walls and manufacturum streets in mountains of dead, no trumpet of victory sounded over the hive. No blessed silence descended. There was only the continuation of need. Men still had to eat. Guns still had to be fed. Pipes burst under bombardment and flooded lower corridors with foul water or scalding steam. Ventilation failed in whole hab levels and turned shelters into choking ovens where children and old men clawed at the same stale air. Corpse smoke drifted from the pyre trenches in greasy folds, sweet and thick enough to settle on the tongue. The dead were burned when there was fuel, buried when there was ground, stacked when there was time, and left where they fell when neither mercy nor labor could be spared. Lieutenant Erhard Kessel slept for 43 minutes against the hull of a chimera whose engine had gone cold for want of reserve promethium. When he woke, his cheek was stuck to dried blood on the side plate, and the corpse of a loader boy lay half under his boots, eyes still open, a ration chit clenched in one stiff hand, as though he had died queuing even in sleep. Kessel rose, stretched the cramp out of his back, and found that the dawn shift had come without dawn. The sky above the hive was still a lid of black smoke, veined red by distant fire. Sirens moaned. Somewhere overhead the slow chain thunder of a shell lift began again, and with it the day. Around him men moved like machines built from exhaustion. Steel Legion troopers in soot-black greatcoats and rebreathers trudged toward the walls with spare charge packs hanging from their webbing and their eyes hidden behind grime-fogged lenses. Labor gangs hauled ammunition crates on bleeding shoulders. Medici orderlies pushed litters between shell holes and masonry piles, their wheels sticking on spent casings, their patients either silent from shock or screaming until their throats tore raw. No one looked rested. No one looked surprised to still be alive. Survival had lost its novelty. The hive smelled of hot metal, latrines, burnt oil, old blood, and the corpse pyres. That smell never truly left now. It found its way through filter cloth and under collar seals. It curled in the lungs and waited there. Yarrick fought a second war in those days, one with no walls and no visible front line. He fought it in ration stations, in shrine queues, in command galleries, in the dim underlevels where rumor bred faster than vermin. Despair came first, as it always did when the dead outnumbered the unhurt, and relief did not descend from the heavens in answer to prayer. Men whispered that the hive had been abandoned. Others swore the governor had already written Hades into the rolls of acceptable loss. Some said the emperor was testing them. Others said he had turned his face away. A black market in preserved food blossomed in the lower hab rings. Hoarded Medici packs vanished from triage crates and reappeared for trade under stairwells. Preachers with eyes like fever lamps declared that the bombardment was divine judgment and that only mass penitence, flaying, blood tithe, or self-immolation would spare the hive. One manufacturum line lost an entire shift because a worker claimed to see saints in the shell smoke, and the rest fell to their knees in the middle of munitions production, while the foreman lacked the nerve to shoot enough of them. Yarrick restored order the way a butcher restores silence to an animal pen. He had the hoarders dragged out into daylight and made to disgorge their hidden stores before the ration queues they had starved. He had the hysteria preachers nailed to the walls of their own shrines, with notices describing dereliction of wartime function in exact legal language. A Munitorum clerk, caught diverting medici stock to officers' reserves, was hanged from a crane over the loading yard until the body turned with the wind like a broken weather vane. 2 gangs who had been taking shells off. Corpse carts to sell brass back to the workshops were lined up and shot by platoon representatives from the very units their theft had endangered. The lesson was clear enough that even the stupid understood it. Nothing belonged to the individual now. Not food, not rest, not grief, not even flesh. Everything belonged to the siege until the siege chose to release it. Kessel saw the effect in men almost immediately. They did not grow kinder. They did not become loyal in any soft devotional sense. But the lines shortened. Ammunition arrived. Rumors died faster because those who spread them tended to vanish. For a hive drowning in fear, function itself had become a narcotic. Yarrick supplied it in doses of blood and fear. He also listened. Captured greenskins were brought before him in iron cages or on shock chains, and collaborators with them when such creatures were found. Most of the human turncoats were ash scum from the outer lanes, or broken labor overseers who had traded access, codes, routes, or ammunition markers for the promise of survival. None had understood the species with which they bargained. The Orks had taken their information and then amused themselves with them in ways that left the survivors missing fingers, eyelids, teeth, or whole sections of skin. One man with a flayed scalp still tried to plead loyalty to humanity while the blood ran down his neck and into his collar. Yarrick interrogated them all in the same cold manner. Kessel stood in on one such session in a command cellar beneath the northern curtain. A captured Ork knob had been shackled upright to an engine support, thick wrists locked in place by mining clamps and chain. Half its face had been burned away in a flamer strike. It still grinned whenever anyone came close. Yarrick spoke to it in its own tongue. Why no full push after the last assault? The knob worked spit and black blood around its tusks. "'Cause we's getting ready for a better one." "Where?" The creature laughed. "Where the wall's weak. All walls are weak." "Yeah," said the Ork, delighting in the answer. "That's why it's funny." Yarrick did not strike it. He never wasted anger on theater when information might still be cut free. "You keep probing the same sectors. You are not looking for weakness. You are looking for insult." The grin widened. Kessel felt a chill under the heat of the room. Yarrick had found the true axis of it again. The greenskins were not merely searching for the easiest way in. They wanted the place that fought hardest, the wall that seemed to sneer at them, the district that made them pay in blood. They were predators, drawn not to easy prey, but to prey that bit. Yarrick leaned in slightly. "Your boss wants a story." The knob barked laughter and strained at the chains so hard the support beam groaned. "Now you gets it, Humie." The human collaborators proved easier to break and harder to stomach. One former Habby, foreman, skin hanging from his knuckles where Orks had made him climb hot iron for sport, confessed to marking supply tunnels on a freight map after greenskin scouts promised to spare his family. They had spared no one. Yarrick listened to the details without visible disgust, asked for route names and entry markers, then had the man taken away and shot with the same administrative detachment he might have used to sign for shell stores. Mercy would have introduced inconsistency, and inconsistency killed hives. The tunnels beneath Hades became the next battlefield. Old utility shafts, sump channels, service galleries, and maintenance ways ran through the hive's underbody in a rusted maze older than some of the upper Hab blocks. Much of it had been ignored in peacetime because no sane official wanted to map what generations of neglect, patchwork engineering, and criminal habitation had made of the place. Now it mattered. The collaborators had sold routes. Ork breacher teams were already feeling along the underlevels, searching for hidden mouths and weak bulkheads. Yarrick sent Kessel below with a composite force of Steel Legion tunnel fighters, mine crews, Hab gangers who knew the lower ducts by smell, and a team of combat engineers carrying enough demolition charges to bring 3 districts down on their own heads if the order came. The Underhive was another world. The air was wet, close and metallic. Burst pipes had turned galleries into steam chambers and black streams. Cables hung like intestinal cords from ceilings blistered with fungus and old heat damage. Emergency lumens glowed dim red or failed entirely, leaving whole stretches lit only by muzzle flash and the guttering lamps of men too stubborn to admit fear. Every sound came wrong down there. Boots echoed. Breathing sounded loud enough to betray. A dropped shell casing seemed to strike every wall in the hive before it settled. They found the first orcs in a coolant trench beneath a decommissioned pump station. The contact began as a smell, fresh oil, and the rank fungal stink of green-skinned bodies carried on the steam. Then a ganger at point hissed warning, and a burst of automatic fire chewed sparks from the pipework where his head had been. The fight that followed was not war in the grand Armageddon sense of tank lines and billion-man fronts. It was uglier, closer, more intimate in its degradation. Muzzle flash strobed green hides and iron teeth in the dark. Shotguns boomed. Lass fire lanced through steam and left after images burned onto the eyes. Men slipped in black water and got hacked apart before they could rise. An orc lunged out of a side conduit and buried a cleaver in a tunnel fighter's collarbone deep enough to pin him to the wall, then had its skull opened by Kessel's pistol at arm's length so that brains and hot fragments of bone struck everyone nearby like thrown gristle. A habganger with filed teeth shoved a satchel charge into a narrowing service gap while lass rounds whined around him, took a bullet through the cheek on the retreat, and still laughed wetly as the blast collapsed the passage with 3 screaming orcs inside it. Somewhere deeper in the utility web, the enemy had found an old maintenance lift and tried to come up into the rear of a reserve line. The defenders met them in total darkness after the lumens failed. Men fired at sounds and at shapes, guessed by instinct. Chainswords revved like trapped demons. In one sump tunnel, Kessel saw a Steel Legion sergeant and an orc boy crash together in chest-high foul water and stab one another until neither had enough strength left to continue, both sinking down among floating grease and blood while the battle raged over their heads. When it was done, the tunnels had not been secured so much as filled with enough dead and enough charges to make passage hateful for a few more hours. Yarrick approved. "Good," he said when Kessel delivered the report. "They have learned a route costs them blood. Now seal the next one and leave a tempting gap elsewhere." He was always doing that, turning the hive itself into bait, channel, snare. He studied the orc mind, not as an anthropologist might, but as a marksman studies wind. The enemy wanted insult. The enemy wanted challenge. Therefore he gave them both in measured doses. Out in the ash wastes, Gazkull listened to reports from Hades with growing attention. At first the hive had amused him, a hard target, a black-coated old Hume with enough spite to make the walls interesting. But amusement was for easy spectacles and first blood. Hades had endured past that stage. Every day it remained defiant. It drew more mobs, more guns, more boasts, more wounded pride from the surrounding hosts. War bosses grumbled that they were being fed piecemeal into a place that fought like a cornered squig with knives for teeth. Gazkull found this delightful. More than that, he found it worthy. He stood atop a rolling command platform built from the wreck of some ancient industrial hauler, and watched Hades burn against the horizon, its shell bursts flickering through the smoke like a dying forge trying to refuse extinction. "Dat old Hume's making a proper fight of it," he said. A mech beside him, face hidden behind goggles of cracked armor glass, snorted smoke through his tusks. "Costs us a lot, boss." "Good. Could hit other fronts with all this." Gazkull's eyes remained on the hive. "And we are. But this one matters now." He did not need to explain it fully. The psychic weather of the Wa itself was beginning to tilt around Hades. Every mob that heard of the stubborn Hive wanted a piece of it. Every war boss wanted to be the one who finally cracked the walls and dragged the old Humi commander out by his boots. The resistance had made the target famous. Fame in greenskin terms was a form of gravity. Imperial reports from other fronts began reflecting that shift. Pressure that should have drowned certain outer sectors instead slackened. Mob concentrations diverted. Armor columns that had been preparing to roll farther inland swerved toward Hades instead, hungry for the challenge. Whole artillery parks were redeployed by greenskin whim and pride. Yarrick saw it on the tactical displays and understood at once what his defiance was purchasing for the wider war. Not safety, time. He spent that time with the same ruthlessness he spent lives. The counter-raid struck on the 9th night after the Great Assault. Aerial reconnaissance and prisoner interrogation had revealed a major Ork staging ground in the ash wastes northeast of Hades, where fuel, ammunition, breach engines and reserve mobs were being massed behind a screen of scrap towers and gun pits for the next heavy push. Yarrick assembled a raiding force from Steel Legion armor, mechanized infantry, flamer sections and demolition engineers, then added a labor battalion to carry charges and spare fuel because he judged them cheaper than dedicated logistics crews. Kessel was given a command chimera and ordered to drive in the second wave. The raid began before dawn and under no illusion of survivability. Armored columns burst out of a concealed gate in a roar of engines and black smoke, tracks clawing ash as they drove straight into the wasteland under cover of a diversionary bombardment from the Hive guns. The first greenskin pickets died under multi-laser fire before they fully grasped what was happening. Then the camp woke all at once. Ork guns opened from every direction. Trucks spun into motion. Mobs poured from lean-tos, pits and half-built towers clutching weapons and howling delight at the sudden fight. The Steel Legion drove through them regardless. Chimeras slewed sideways and vomited infantry into the maze of scrap, where flamer teams turned stacked fuel drums and ammunition piles into walls of detonation. Engineers ran charges into breach, engines bigger than hab blocks. Men died by the dozen doing it. A battle wagon tore Kessel's lead squad apart with a burst from a turret cannon. One loader carrying melter charges vanished under the wheels of a truck and emerged as a red smear across the ash. Another, both legs shot out from under him, dragged himself to the base of a fuel tower and armed the detonator with teeth because his hands were gone. Yarrick had ordered the raid knowing exactly what it would cost. He did not deceive anyone with speeches about daring or glory. The force was there to cripple the next assault cycle, and whether it returned whole was secondary to that function. It succeeded. Fuel went up first, great roiling blossoms of black and orange that turned night to furnace noon. Then the ammunition stacks began to cook off, shells and rockets firing in every direction at once, ripping tents, bodies and vehicles apart in a carnival of iron madness. One scrap tower toppled into another. The breach. Engines burned. Reserve mobs trying to deploy into order instead found themselves trampled by their own panicked vehicles or shredded by their own exploding stores. By the time Kessel's survivors fought their way back to Hades under pursuit, nearly half the raiding force had been spent, and the Ork staging area was a smoking plain of twisted steel and bursting corpses. Yarrick received the casualty reports without blinking. "Acceptable," he said. Kessel should have hated him in that moment. Instead, he felt only a grim, exhausted understanding. Acceptable did not mean light. Acceptable meant useful. The Hive still stood, because men were being measured in outcome rather than pity. The defenders spoke of Yarrick differently after the raid, and after the tunnel fighting, and after the endless days without visible sleep. They said he did not bleed when hit, only leaked more hatred. They said his heart had stopped years earlier, and duty alone moved his limbs. They said he had become half machine and half martyr, something nailed together from the Emperor's wrath and the spite of old soldiers too disciplined to die. Even those who knew the stories were madness repeated them under their breath, because madness of that kind was steadier than hope. Then Ugulhard came. The night of the breach began with firestorms sweeping the outer Hab belts. Greenskin artillery had found fresh range marks or simply brought more guns than reason should have allowed. Whole Hab faces peeled away under bombardment. Wind drove sparks and burning insulation through the streets in spirals. A Promethean main under the western perimeter ruptured and sent a sheet of rolling flame across 2 defense lines, forcing the defenders to abandon a trench network before they were roasted alive in it. Through that chaos, under the cover of collapsing walls and a sky gone red with reflected fire, Ugulhard drove his attack. He hit the perimeter like a thrown engine block. His mobs came packed behind. Armored rollers and improvised shields, roaring under a hail of lass fire and shrapnel. Battle wagons punched through rubble-choked lanes where artillery had already softened the curtain. One wall segment, undermined by repeated strikes and hidden blasting, finally gave way in a slab avalanche that buried a platoon and opened a jagged mouth straight into the lower western district. Ugulhard himself came through that ruin wreathed in dust and sparks, vast power claw snapping open and shut, as if impatient for flesh. Kessel saw him from a command post half a district away and felt his mouth go dry beneath the filter mask. The Vox net dissolved into overlapping screams, coordinates, prayers, and impact reports. Western perimeter breached, secondary line collapsing, armor reserve delayed by fire in the transit route, Orks inside, Orks inside. Yarrick took the reports, one after another, and became still in the middle of the storm. "The breach decides the night," he said. He turned to Kessel. Soot drifted between them. Somewhere outside, a building died with a drawn-out metallic shriek. "You will hold the northern transit mouths. No movement without my order. I am taking the reserve and sealing the western breach." Kessel stared at him. "Commissar, Ugulhard is there." "Yes," said Yarrick. There was no more to say. Both of them understood what waited in that broken district. If the breach widened, the interior lines would begin to fail in sequence. If the interior lines failed, Hades would not recover by dawn. The next hours were not another phase of the siege. They were the hinge on which the Hive would either survive another day or be opened like a carcass. Yarrick drew his bolt pistol, checked the magazine with one precise motion, and started for the smoke. Behind him, the reserve columns ground into motion, tanks coughing black exhaust, chimera tracks biting into blood-slick road plates, squads of Steel Legion and broken militia hurrying after the black-coated figure who moved toward the breach as though he had been expected there by fate itself. Ahead, beyond the curtains of fire and falling masonry, Ugulhard waited in the ruins with murder in his iron hand. The western breach was no longer a breach by the time Yarrick reached it. It had become a mouth. What had once been a section of curtain wall and Hab frontage now lay smashed inward across 3 streets in a landscape of tilted ferrocrete, burning Promethean pipes, half-crushed defense emplacements, and bodies packed into the rubble so thickly that some of the dead held the broken masonry up by accident. The night above it was furnace red. Firestorms whipped ash through the shattered district in hard spirals that stung the eyes and turned every breath into work. Ork artillery still hammered the edges of the opening, not to widen it now, but to keep the defenders disordered and to bury any reserve line that tried to form in coherence. Every impact sent fresh sprays of sparks and masonry through the smoke. Every building groaned as though it resented being asked to die one wall at a time. Ugulhard's mobs were already inside. They had come through the gap in dense, brutal knots behind rolled scrap mantlets, behind wrecking engines, behind battle wagons, whose rams and tracks had chewed human remains into the street plates until the roads looked painted with black-red grease. Knobs in layered plate barged at the front, power fields crackling around axes, cleavers and chain blades stolen from industrial cutters. Boys poured after them with shooters blazing from the hip, bellowing through tusked jaws and laughing every time a muzzle flash picked out another pocket of prey. They were not advancing at random. One mob was driving for the nearest gatehouse control station. Another had swung wide into the lower hab lanes to attack the line from the flank. A third was pushing straight down the central avenue toward the inner blast doors, treating the whole district like a set of ribs they meant to pry apart. Steel Legion troopers and militia were fighting them at ranges too short for doctrine to matter. Lasfire strobed through smoke in white-red tunnels. Flamer bursts rolled under collapsed walkways and turned piles of rubble into screaming pyres. Heavy bolter shells hit Orks hard enough to throw them sideways, but there were always more pressing through the smoke behind the ruptured bodies. Men fought from shell craters, from shattered storefronts, from overturned cargo haulers, and behind hasty barricades made of munitions crates, corpse piles, and broken plasteel furniture. A wounded chimera sat dead in the middle of the avenue, with half its track torn off, its crew fighting from the hatches with pistols and knives, because the last thing the transport would ever do was serve as cover. Yarrick climbed onto the wreck's hull and took in the district with one hard sweep of the eyes. There was no line anymore. There were only pressure points. Places where men still held because fear and obedience had not yet come apart from each other, and places where the enemy was one hard shove away from rolling the whole inner defense inward. If the gatehouse fell, if the inner blast doors were forced before the reserve armor arrived in sufficient weight, the western interior would begin to fold. One collapse would trigger the next. Streets designed for labor transit would become slaughter corridors. Shell lifts and ammunition roads behind them would be exposed. Hades would not die all at once. It would come apart in districts, in layers, in systems. It would bleed to death through its own infrastructure. There was no command fit for that kind of moment, except presence. Yarrick drew his bolt pistol and raised it above the smoke. "Forward," he said. Nothing grand, nothing memorable by the standards of poets or fools. Just the one word that mattered. The men nearest him moved because he had spoken it. They followed him off the wreck and into the breach district as if pulled by a line sunk through their ribs. Steel Legion shock squads in rebreathers black with soot. Labor militia with stolen helmets and trembling hands. Half-broken survivors from 3 different sectors. Flamer teams dragging hoses over the dead. Sappers with satchel charges banging against their thighs. A reserve command section with its lieutenant already limping from shrapnel. Yarrick led them into the avenue beneath the rain of sparks and the stink of blood gone hot on iron. The fight collapsed inward around him. At 15 paces, the war was no longer about fronts or maps. It became a labor of individual murder, repeated until one side ran out of arms to swing. A knob hit the first rank like a demolition charge, its cleaver taking one trooper across the collar and halfway through the next man's chest before Yarrick put a bolt round through its mouth. The detonation blew the back of the creature's skull apart, across a hab wall, where old devotional posters still clung beneath the blood. A boy came in low through the smoke with a rusted axe and buried it in a militiaman's thigh. The man screamed and clawed for his lasgun. Yarrick stamped on the Ork's wrist, shot it through the eye, then hauled the wounded trooper upright by the collar and shoved him back toward the firing line. "Stand or die," he said. The trooper stood. The avenue ahead narrowed between 2 half-collapsed hab blocks. Orks had packed themselves into that funnel while trying to force the inner gate controls beyond it. Yarrick saw the density at once. "Flamers," he snapped. The teams surged up under covering fire, nozzles already belching pilot flame. When they triggered together, the passage became a white-red throat of burning promethium. Orks vanished inside it, some bursting at once into running torches, some pushing on despite the fire long enough to hurl themselves half aflame into the defenders before they were shot, hacked down or beaten apart with entrenching tools. A heavy bolter on the second-story ruin to the left began hammering into the packed bodies as soon as they stalled, chewing through plate, meat, and the wall behind them in greasy red bursts. For a minute, the counterattack gained breathing room. Then Ugulhard hit. He came through the smoke like something flung from a siege engine, bigger than the rest, broader across the chest than a chimera hatch. One side of his face a ruin of scar tissue and hammered iron. His power claw snapped open and shut with a metallic growl as if eager to drink. He did not so much enter the battle as shove it outward around him. Boys and knobs swarmed in his wake, but all attention fixed on the brute at their center. He drove through the burning avenue, taking hits that would have killed lesser creatures, and seeming only to grow louder under them. He saw Yarrick almost immediately. The warboss's good eye widened with savage recognition. His tusked mouth split in a grin. "There you are," he roared. Then he charged. The men between them died first. Ugulhard's claw took one Steel Legion sergeant in the torso and ripped him into separate wet components that slapped the street in all directions. His shoulder smashed a militia trooper against a wall hard enough to burst the man's lungs before the body even slid down. Yarrick fired twice. One bolt blew a fist-sized crater from Ugulhard's breastplate. The second tore away a chunk of the metal jaw. The brute hardly slowed. Yarrick dropped from the wrecked curb, chainsword in his left hand, bolt pistol in his right, and met the charge in the middle of the avenue while the battle closed around them. There was nothing elegant in what followed. Ugulhard swung the claw in a killing arc, broad enough to take down 3 men at once. Yarrick threw himself inside it, the talons passing so close that the displaced air struck his face like a slap and rammed his chainsword into the brute's side beneath the lower rib plate. Chain teeth screamed. Oil, blood, and hot fragments of armor sprayed out over both of them. Ugulhard bellowed, brought up a chopper the size of a car door, and hammered it down. Yarrick caught the blow on the chainsword body. The impact numbed his shoulder to the spine and drove him knee-deep into blood-slick rubble. Around them, men were dying by the dozen. Kessel had reached the edge of the avenue by then, with reserve troops from the northern transit mouths, and saw only pieces through the smoke. Yarrick half lost in sparks and black blood. Ugulhard towering above him. Orks piling in from either side, while Steel Legion squads fought to stop them interfering with the duel, and instead were swallowed into hand-to-hand slaughter against the knobs. A flamer man went down with his fuel line cut and erupted like a thrown lamp. A chimera tried to nose into the avenue to support the commissar, took a rocket in the glacis plate, and slewed sideways into a shell crater full of dead, tracks grinding over corpses until the vehicle stuck there screaming smoke. Ugulhard drove Yarrick back by raw force. The claw hammered down. The chopper slashed sideways. Each impact shook the avenue. Yarrick gave ground a step at a time, not from fear, but because anything else would have ended it at once. He fought like a man trying to survive a machine failure at arm's length. Slash, duck, fire, step, pivot. Let the brute overextend. Take what openings existed. He raked the chainsword across Ugulhard's thigh and saw meat spray. He fired point blank into the warboss's shoulder and blew out a knot of cable and bone. Ugulhard answered by headbutting him with enough force to split skin and blur the world white for a heartbeat. They slipped in blood. That was the worst of it. Human blood, orc blood, oil and sump runoff all churned together underfoot until every movement carried the risk of a fatal loss of balance. Yarrick slid once on a severed arm and barely turned in time to let the claw miss his neck by the width of a prayer slip. The talons struck a blast shutter behind him and ripped half through it with a shriek of parted metal. Ugulhard laughed, a booming, ugly sound. "Too slow, Humie." Yarrick spat blood and answered with his bolt pistol. The round hit Ugulhard in the face and tore away what remained of the metal jaw. Teeth and iron fragments spun across the street. The warboss roared, more furious now than amused, and surged forward with both weapons at once. The chopper knocked the pistol from Yarrick's hand. The claw came in from the right. Yarrick twisted. Not enough. The power claw hit his right arm just above the elbow. For a fraction of a second, there was no pain, only impact, a crushing impossibility, as though the whole war had chosen that joint as the place to express itself. Then the field bit. The arm came away in a red burst. Hot blood fountained across Ugulhard's chest and the street and Yarrick's own coat. Bone splinters flashed in the firelight. The severed limb spun once through the smoke and vanished beneath trampling boots. Yarrick went down on one knee hard enough to crack it on ferrocrete. The world rang. The avenue seemed to tilt sideways. Somewhere very far away, men were screaming his name, or perhaps only screaming. Ugulhard threw back his head and roared triumph. He believed it finished. Any sane creature would have. "Got you!" he bellowed, lifting the claw high for the killing strike. "Got to hold!" Yarrick moved. Later, those who lived would swear it was not motion any wounded man should have possessed. They would say spite lifted him. They would say hate itself dragged him upright by the spine. The truth was simpler and uglier. He refused. That was all. He lurched forward into the war boss's body before the killing stroke could descend cleanly. The claw tore through coat and flesh again, opening his side. But the angle was wrong now. Yarrick's left hand still held the chainsword. Its teeth were still screaming. He buried it in Ugulhard's neck with both the weight of his body and the full torque of his remaining shoulder. The chain blade bit through meat, through scar, through vertebrae and cable and iron plating. It shrieked as it chewed. Black-red arterial blood sprayed out in steaming arcs, drenching Yarrick from cap brim to boots. Ugulhard's roar broke into a choking gargle. The war boss staggered, claw opening and closing uselessly, trying to tear free. Yarrick drove deeper, face inches from the brutes, blood running into his own mouth. "Die," he said. Then he soared sideways with a violence beyond technique. Ugulhard's head came off. Not cleanly, not in any parade ground manner fit for heroic tapestries. The final tear was ragged. Bone snapped, meat stretched and parted. The iron jaw plate spun away separately. The severed head hit the street with enough weight to bounce once, tusks leaving twin gouges in the blood-slick road before it rolled against a wrecked curb and came to rest staring upward through one half-smashed eye. For one impossible heartbeat, the avenue froze. Yarrick stood swaying in the middle of it, one arm gone, his side torn open, chainsword hanging wet in his left hand, while the body of Ugulhard poured blood at his feet like a tapped engine line. Then he bent, seized the severed power claw, where it was still clamped to the dead war boss's arm stump, and raised it above his head. The sight broke the moment open. The defenders screamed. They screamed his name. They screamed in relief, in disbelief, in the savage ecstasy of seeing something they had already mourned, still standing in front of them, drenched in an enemy champion's blood. Steel Legion troopers slammed forward with bayonets fixed. Labour militia, who should have broken instead, surged over the dead with picks, knives and laser guns clubbed in both hands. Tank crews gunned engines and drove straight into the Ork front rank, while hull gunners raked them at murderous range. The avenue became a human avalanche. The Orks recoiled. Not all of them. Greenskins were too brutal a species to rout from shock alone. But the recoil ran through them all the same, a hesitation born of affront and sudden superstition. They had seen the old Humie lose an arm. They had seen the boss kill Blowland. They had seen the old Humie still advancing. That was wrong. Worse than wrong. It was insulting to the natural order of violence. Some shouted that he was cursed, some that he was a ghost. Others simply roared in anger and tried to bury the sight under more bodies. It did not matter. The instant had passed to the defenders. Kessel drove the reserve in at exactly then, his chimera smashing over rubble into the avenue mouth, while heavy bolters stitched the wavering Ork line. He jumped from the hatch before the vehicle had fully stopped and led his squad into the crush with bayonet and pistol, barely aware of his own actions, beyond the simple clarity that the enemy was finally giving ground and must not be allowed a clean breath. They fought by inches. Behind the first surge came the second, then the third. Grenades burst in doorways. Flamer teams painted whole side alleys white and filled them with writhing silhouettes. Knobs, who had moments earlier been howling triumph, were dragged down under sheer mass and stabbed until their thick blood ran in streams between the paving seams. A surviving greenskin banner, made from flayed uniforms, fell under the tracks of a reserve chimera and was pulped into the road with its bearer's pelvis still attached. Only when the inner gatehouse was secure, only when the breech mouth had been partly choked with wrecks and burning bodies, only when the last major push had broken apart into scattered pockets of resistance being hunted through the rubble, did Yarrick permit hands on him. Medici teams rushed him then, white aprons already red to the elbows. Priests came with them, incense swinging, prayer slips in their fists, their voices cracking as they shouted litanies over the roar of the battle. Yarrick tried to wrench free and point reserve armor toward a side lane where he believed another push might form. He tried to give ammunition orders with blood bubbling at the edge of his mouth. He tried to stay upright until two orderlies and a Steel Legion sergeant physically forced him onto a litter while Kessel shouted the commands back into the voxnet for him. Even on the litter, he kept his one remaining hand twisted toward the avenue. "Seal it," he rasped. "No withdrawal. Collapse the western lane if they mass again. Hold the gatehouse. Hold..." The sentence ended in a cough that painted the Medici sheet red. The men carrying him did not answer, except by running faster. Behind them, through the smoke and furnace glare, the defenders of Hades continued screaming. His name, as if sound itself, might make him harder to kill. The cries spread from squad to squad, from wall to street, from reserve line to shell lift district and back again, changing shape as it went. Commissar, old man, bastard, savior, immortal. None of the words mattered as much as the fact that he had stood when he should have fallen. That alone was enough to become myth in a hive starved of any other nourishment. The Orks heard the stories almost as soon as the fighting slackened. The old Humi had lost an arm and kept coming. The old Humi had taken Ugulhard's head. The old Humi was bad luck. The old Humi was cursed. In campfires and staging pits, and around the guns in the ash wastes, the tale thickened like drying blood. Some spat at it. Some laughed and promised they would prove it false with their own hands. But every telling gave Yarrick another shape inside the enemy mind, and greenskin minds had a way of making legend into its own kind of battlefield fact. Hades understood the truth more plainly. The Hive had not won. It had purchased another span of blood and iron, another day, perhaps less. The breach was sealed for now, but the walls were weaker, the reserves thinner, the Medici wards drowning, the corpse carts never empty. Ugulhard lay headless in the ruin, yet Gazkull's guns still ringed the horizon, and the War still howled beyond the fires. The defenders had survived the night by spending flesh at a rate no sane ledger could long sustain. In the surgical chapel below the inner command tier, priests and chirurgeons prepared to defy that ledger anyway. The chamber was lit by harsh lumen strips, and the red eyes of machine spirits waking in old augmetic frames. Brass censers filled the air with sacred smoke that could not mask the smell of blood, cauterized meat, and the chemical bite of sterilizing fluids. Servo arms hung over the operating slab, like patient predators. A metal basin beneath the table was already half full. On a nearby cart lay Yarrick's ruined coat, his cap, his shattered right sleeve, and the relic horror of Ugulhard's severed claw arm, waiting to be cleaned, studied, and perhaps made useful. They stripped him to the waist. The stump where his arm had been was ragged, blackened at the edge by the claw's field, and still leaking through clotted dressings. The gash in his side showed white bone beneath the meat. One of the chirurgeons made the sign of the Aquila before touching him, not from piety alone, but from fear that the old commissar might yet sit up and order the surgery himself. A senior priest pressed an oily thumb to Yarrick's brow. "He must live," he said. No one in the chamber argued.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
Outside, the guns still shook dust from the rafters. The Hive still needed shells, fuel, walls, and men. But now, in a way as irrational as it was undeniable, it needed Sebastian Yarrick's survival just as badly. The surgical chapel beneath the inner command tier was built of iron ribs, soot-black vaulting, and old fear. Its walls had once belonged to some deeper manufactorum sanctum before the siege had stripped it of any purpose except utility. Now, it lived by blood. Half-lit machine altars glowed in alcoves where damaged augmetic frames and servo armature assemblies hung in ranks like iron saints awaiting reanimation. Brass censers swung from ceiling chains, leaking incense into the heat until the air tasted of sacred smoke, scorched oil, and cauterized meat. Buckets stood under the operating slabs to catch what the wounded could no longer keep inside themselves. Some had already overflowed. The stone underfoot was slick, where orderlies had not scrubbed fast enough. Servo skulls drifted between lumen strips, carrying saws, injectors, blessed wire, sanctified clamps, and strips of parchment printed with prayers to appease the machine spirits of replacement flesh. Commissar Sebastian Yarrick lay upon an iron table at the chapel's center, stripped to the waist, his black coat cut away, his body opened in enough places to suggest that only hatred and discipline had stopped him from dying in the avenue, with Ugulhard's blood still steaming on his face. The stump of his right arm had been burned black at the edge, where the power field had sheared flesh and bone apart. The wound in his side had been packed and repacked until the dressings looked like butcher's rags. His left eye was gone beneath clotted swelling and shrapnel bruising, where flying iron had opened the flesh around the socket during the breach fight. Every breath seemed to saw through him, though he made no sound. Even unconscious, he looked less like a patient than a man enduring an insult. A chirurgeon of the Mechanicus, his lower jaw replaced by a polished grill, and his hands ending in surgeon's precision claws, bent over the ruined shoulder socket, while a priest intoned the rite of rebinding. Beside them, on a secondary slab, lay Ugulhard's severed claw arm, stripped now of most of the dead greenskin flesh, but not the brutal architecture of it. Pistons, power housings, iron talons thick as knives for shipboard slaughter, cabling like lengths of black vein. It was an atrocity. It was also useful. One of the junior medicae, face hidden behind a respirator fogged by the heat, hesitated as the Mechanicus adept began to align the prosthetics couplings with Yarrick's remaining nerve stems. "My lord," he whispered to the priest, "the device is Xenos." The priest did not stop chanting. So is the enemy's shell. Usefulness does not become sin merely because it was stolen from a corpse. The adept's vox grill crackled. Adaptation in progress. Machine spirit resistance significant. Subject survival probabilities contingent upon will. No one laughed at that. The will in question had already become a resource as measurable as shell count. They fixed the claw to him by iron, pain, and liturgy. Suspensor braces lowered it into place, while servo clamps bit into bone. Flesh was cut back, seared, wired, and pinned. New interfaces were hammered into old meat with a neatness that somehow made the brutality worse. When the first current ran through the assembly, Yarrick's entire body arched against the restraints, his teeth snapping shut hard enough to crack one. The smell of burnt flesh rose fresh and sharp. Blood ran from the corners of his mouth. A junior medicae nearly lost his grip on a pressure line. The Mechanicus adept hissed for discipline and drove the connection deeper. Yarrick woke under the knife. His remaining eye opened to a slit first, then wider, hard and aware through the fog of blood loss and painkillers that had failed to drown him completely. He did not thrash. He did not beg. He looked at the priest above him, then at the half-grafted claw, where iron was becoming limb, and asked through clenched teeth, "How long?" The priest faltered. "Commissar, preserve your strength." "How long?" the chirurgeon answered in a flat machine whisper, while fastening another coupling into the armature. "Until combat viability is restored. An estimated—" Yarrick cut him off. "No estimates. A number." The priest said, "Too many hours." Yarrick turned his face toward the partially cleaned claw and fixed it with a stare so cold it seemed to lower the chapel's temperature despite the furnaces and blood. "Then remove anyone who delays the work." His old left eye did not survive the next hour. Shrapnel had gone too deep, severing more than tissue. The swelling burst when the fragments were drawn, and a trail of blood ran into his ear and down the table's gutter. A lesser man might have wept, or shouted, or thanked the Emperor for unconsciousness. Yarrick only asked whether the replacement was ready. It was. The bionic eye lay in a silver tray beneath a strip of purity parchment, a polished augmetic lens built not merely for vision, but for murder. Its casing was dark steel, its focusing iris nested inside itself like the muzzle of a hidden weapon. As the priest lifted it in both hands and began the litany for sanctioned augmentation, the old stories whispered around the chamber became something closer to certainty. The Orks already feared Yarrick's glare. They already muttered of the old Hume with the evil eye. Now the superstition was being given machine form. When the lens seated into his socket and the power feed took, Yarrick's body convulsed once more. Then the iris snapped open with a faint red glow. The half-circle of exhausted Medicae around the slab went still. The new eye looked wrong in a way that transcended injury, not simply artificial, deliberate. The face around it, gaunt and cut by fatigue and old discipline, now seemed arranged around a point of weaponized malice. Yarrick turned his head slowly, the fresh lens tracking, calibrating, tightening. The red light touched one attendant's face, and the man made the sign of the Aquila before he realized he had done it. "You may stop staring," Yarrick said. His voice had changed, not in tone exactly, but in weight. Some last hint of bodily concession had burned away with the surgery. He sounded less like an exhausted old soldier than a verdict returned from a place without pity. He stood before he was meant to. The medici tried to hold him down when the final seals on the side wound had only just set, and the claw still trembled with imperfect calibration. He backhanded one aside so hard with his remaining human hand that the man struck an altar frame and dropped senseless among the incense burners. Another reached for the sedative rack. Yarrick turned the new eye on him, red glow narrowing. "Touch that," he said, "and I will order your execution before my pulse settles." No one touched it. He swung his legs off the table and rose, swaying for one heartbeat only. The claw flexed. Pistons whined. Black oil and a little fresh. Blood leaked where the crude magnificence of Ugulhard's power field assembly had been mated to human flesh and imperial restraint systems. It made him taller in silhouette, broader in threat, not merely repaired, augmented into something more dreadful. The priest tried one last time. "Commissar, you cannot yet stand." Yarrick looked down at the iron talons opening and closing where his right hand had once been. "I am standing," he said. When he walked back into Hades, the Hive saw him and revised its understanding of mortality. Kessel was on the northern Shell Road, inspecting a line of labor militia, too exhausted to fake steadiness, when the murmurs began ahead of him. Men turned, voices choked off. Even the shell lift chains seemed to grow quieter for the span of a few breaths. Then the crowd opened, and Yarrick came through it. He should not have been upright. He should not have been in uniform. Yet there he was, in his restored black greatcoat, the sleeve on the right. Side cut and reinforced around the base of the grafted claw, cap shadowing the upper half of a face, now changed forever by the red-burning augmetic eye. He walked without haste. He walked without visible pain. The claw flexed once at his side, and the noise of its pistons was enough to make grown soldiers step back, as if some execution engine had entered the street under its own will. A militia trooper dropped to one knee without meaning to. Another whispered, "Throne preserve us." Kessel felt the words form in his own mind before he could stop them. That is no longer a man. Yarrick halted before the labor platoon and looked over them. Several had not slept properly in days. One had a bandaged hand black with infection. Another was shaking so badly his lasgun muzzle tapped the armor plate behind him in a constant nervous rhythm. "You were ordered to reinforce the lower transit galleries," Yarrick said. The platoon sergeant swallowed hard behind his rebreather. "We were delayed, Commissar. Casualties in the shell line. Confusion in the route assignment." Yarrick stepped closer until the red eye and the iron claw filled the man's world. "There is no confusion," he said. "Only failure to obey quickly enough." The sergeant's throat worked. Kessel thought the man would faint or beg. Instead, he straightened, as if terror itself had become a spine inside him. "Yes, Commissar." "Good. Move." The platoon went at once, stumbling over itself to comply. Not because they loved him, not because they had suddenly become brave, because the thing standing before them made cowardice feel physically impossible. That was the change in Hades. Men had believed in Yarrick before, as they believed in a gun emplacement that always fired when needed. They feared him, trusted his function, submitted to his cruelty because the alternative was disorder. Now belief passed into a different register. He had been cut apart and had come back bearing the enemy's limb, as though the war itself had admitted him into its body. He had lost an eye and returned with one that glowed like a weaponized curse. The defenders began to talk of him in the language men use when they cannot otherwise explain survival. Half machine, half martyr, a thing nailed together from iron and refusal. Some made the sign of the Aquila when he passed. Others looked away, unable to meet the red glare for long. Yet morale hardened around him all the same. A wall section told itself it could not fail because Yarrick might appear upon it. A tunnel team kept digging because the old man was somehow still upright. An artillery crew loading shell after shell beneath ash-failing lumens said that if the commissar's arm could be torn off and still he came back, then no one had earned the right to complain of fatigue. The Orks changed too. Scouts and snipers brought tales from the walls and streets. The old Hume had a claw now. The old Hume had one red eye killed. The old Hume looked like he'd been crumped and nailed back together nastier. In the camps, some boys laughed and shouted that this only made him worthy of prey. Others muttered that he was bad luck, touched by something mean even by Hume standards, perhaps favored by ugly little Hume gods, or by some strange machine curse. A knob in a forward trench spat black phlegm into the ash and told his mob, "I ain't going near that eye. It looks at you wrong." His fellows mocked him until a weird boy passing nearby stopped, twitched, and stared toward Hades with blood leaking from one ear. "Dat one's noisy," the weird boy said. "Not loud in the normal way, loud in the nasty way." The mob quieted after that. Within Yarrick himself, whatever surgery had not altered pain had altered patience. He had always been ruthless. Now he was almost glacial. His movements became smaller, more exact, as though the wound and the graft had burned all non-essential gesture out of him. He no longer paused before punishments, no longer tolerated explanations unless they ended in immediate corrective action. A reserve officer who delayed a wall transfer by arguing over chain of command found himself shot through the throat before his second sentence was finished. A quartermaster who lied about shell count was not merely executed, but hung above the battery he had endangered, while the crews loaded beneath his dripping corpse. Yarrick gave no speech. He simply turned his bale eye on the next man in rank and said, "Continue." Kessel saw that eye fired only once in those first days after the surgery, and even then only in a brief, terrifying measure. An Ork sniper had taken position in the husk of a Prometheum tower and was punching shots into a ration queue with methodical malice. Men were already dead on the ground, their tins split, their throats cored open. Kessel was preparing to send a flanking squad through the lower pipe maze when Yarrick stepped to the barricade, lifted his face toward the tower, and narrowed the augmetic lens. A crimson beam lanced through the smoke. It struck the sniper's head, and the top half of the greenskin vanished in a burst of steaming ruin. The body remained upright for one absurd second before folding backward out of sight. No one spoke for several breaths after that. Yarrick did not explain the weapon. He only said, "Move the queue under cover. Post 2 more sentries. If this position is left exposed again, I will treat it as sabotage." On the far side of the war, Gazkull received the reports with something close to pleasure. His command camp had become a city of iron devotion in the ash wastes, vast enough to deserve the name. Towers of scrap rose around gun pits, where boys daubed glyphs in blood and oil. Mechs worked by furnace glow in ecstatic concentration, hammering new weapons into being as if each plate they welded was a prayer made metal. Weird boys capered in guarded circles, drawing sparks from the very press of Ork belief around them, until the air smelled of ozone and hot fungus. Mobs gathered around bonfires built from smashed hab doors and tank debris, chanting the names of war bosses, battles, favored weapons, old kills, and greater fights still to come. The War was not merely an army, it was a congregation. It fed upon violence and reverence equally. Gazkull stood among it like a prophet, at the center of his own revelation. When the latest scout reports were brought, he listened without interruption. The old Humie had a claw now. The old Humie had come back too quick. The old Humie's eye shot red death. The old Humie's mobs fought harder after seeing him, not softer. A challenge had ceased to be local and become symbolic. Hades itself was beginning to feel like an altar upon which the best kind of war might be offered. Some nearby war boss might have heard all that and answered with hatred. Gazkull did not. His respect for violence ran too deep for such pettiness. "So," he said at last, turning toward the burning silhouette of Hades on the horizon, "he's learned." A knob with a jaw full of brass studs grunted. "Learned what, boss?" "How to get bigger from getting hurt." The gathered Orks laughed and thumped weapons against armor, but Gazkull did not join them immediately. He was thinking. That alone was enough to make the nearest mob leaders hold their tongues. He understood what the old commissar had become in the war's story, and stories mattered. They fed the shape of a fight. They changed how mobs moved, how fear flowed, how glory was sniffed out and pursued. An enemy who survived impossible wounds and returned half-transformed was no ordinary foe. He was a banner, a promise, a hard knot in the war itself that every hungry fist wanted to hit. "Dat one's worth it," Gazkull said. The words spread outward in a murmur. Worth it. Not hated, not cursed. Worth it. That was higher praise than most enemies ever earned. He moved through the camp while the War swelled around him, and everywhere his presence turned appetite into fervor. Mobs yelled for the right to be first at Hades. Nobs argued that their boys had bled enough elsewhere and deserved the proper scrap. Weird boys shrieked of green fire and iron-eyed Humies and worlds that only became real once they fought back hard enough. Mechs promised bigger guns, taller towers, louder engines. To them all, Gazkull offered no soothing order. He fed the hunger. "Bring more rockets," he told one mob. "Build more breach wagons," he told a mech crew standing ankle-deep in shell casings and grease. "Tell the Yuva fronts to keep fighting," he told a scarred war boss with a chain around his neck hung with human dog tags. "But tell 'em Hades gets first pick." The war boss frowned. "Boss, that'll pull a lot of lads off easier smashing." Gazkull grinned. "Exactly. because he knew what Hades had become. The old man had made it into a wound the entire war wanted to press. That was not a weakness. It was the shape of a greater fight. A hard target taught the horde to want more. It made the war feel proper, vast, worthy of the gods who looked down on greenskin violence and judged it by joy as much as by outcome. Back on the walls, Yarrick felt the pressure changing. Prisoner interrogations, auspex readings, scout deaths, intercepted barks in the Ork tongue, all of it told the same story. Fresh gun lines were being laid facing Hades. More armor was shifting through the wastes toward the Hive. Mobs previously identified on outer fronts were reappearing in his sectors. A place that should have been one target among many was becoming the center of gravity for an army that measured faith in blood. Kessel brought the latest compiled estimates to the command tier and found Yarrick bent over the tactical hololith, red eye casting a faint ember reflection across the shifting runes. "More of them," Kessel said. "Whole concentrations. We think they're redirecting from the southern ash road and the lower refinery belt." Yarrick did not look surprised. "Yes. You knew." "I expected." Kessel hesitated. "Because of you." At that, Yarrick looked up. The red lens fixed him. The human eye beside it seemed, if anything, even harsher for the contrast. "Because of resistance," Yarrick said. "Do not mythologize a mechanic, Lieutenant. The enemy is drawn where the fight best flatters its own nature. We have become useful in that regard." It was the kind of answer only he would give, a denial that admitted everything. Still, when he turned back to the hololith and the claw flexed open above the map, Kessel knew the commissar was only partly right. Mechanics mattered. So did stories. Hades had become both. It was a hard wall, yes, a hateful wall, but it also had an old man walking its battlements with a stolen claw and a murderous red eye, and somewhere out in the wastes, a prophet of war had decided that was worthy of personal attention. By the next dusk, the shift was undeniable. Artillery parks multiplied in the ash. New trench lines appeared under cover of night and shell smoke. Great scrap towers moved position to align with Hades rather than the neighboring sectors they had once threatened. Fresh banners rose on the horizon. The very noise of the enemy changed, deepening, concentrating, becoming less diffuse and more intent. Upon his rolling command platform, Gazkull watched the redeployment with satisfaction, while the mobs below him howled in ecstatic anticipation and beat drums from fuel barrels and tank plating. The war was turning its face. The challenge had declared itself. The answer would be overwhelming. He pointed one iron finger at Hades' Hive. "More," he said. And across the wasteland, under the smoke-choked heavens of Armageddon, the weight of the war began to shift toward the old man and the walls that had insulted a prophet of battle into admiration. Lore Anchor. Yarrick is established in Warhammer lore as replacing his lost arm with the power claw taken from war boss Ugulhard, later bearing the lethal augmetic known as the Bale Eye, while the Orks come to call him Old Bale Eye, and Gazkull treats him as a defining foe. Gazkull Mag Uruk Thraka came to Hades not like a raider, nor even like a warlord, but like a belief arriving in iron. His command colossus rolled across the ash wastes under a sky the color of a healing wound, its massive tracks crushing trenches, wrecks, and the unburied dead alike into the blackened ground. Towers of welded plate rose from its back, hung with chains, glyphs, and trophies taken from worlds too broken to name. Gun decks jutted from its sides, each crowded with roaring boys firing into the air simply because the day demanded noise. Great engines belched smoke in layered pillars that twisted together into a single filthy banner visible for leagues. Every smaller wagon, truck, and battle fortress that thundered in its shadow seemed diminished by comparison. Even at distance, it looked less like a vehicle than a moving frontier of violence. Gazkull stood upon the upper deck, where the wind struck him full of ash and promethium stink. one boot planted on a broken aquila torn from some imperial shrine. The vast green mass of him seemed impossible for any common measure of flesh. Iron and scar tissue were worked into him so thoroughly that he appeared not augmented, but completed by war. The bionics growled softly beneath his armor. His shoulders were crowded with trophies. His great head moved slowly as he watched Hades' Hive through magnoculars, crude enough to be obscene and powerful enough to matter. The walls burned in places. Smoke bled from broken stacks. Gun flashes pulsed from the battlements and interior districts like a heartbeat refusing to stop. He grinned. "There you are," he said, though the Hive could not hear him. A ring of war bosses, knobs, mechs, and weird boy minders kept respectful distance around him. They all wanted his attention. None wanted to seem eager. The war around Hades had become a festival of impending slaughter, every mob convinced that the next push would be the one remembered longest. Boys daubed fresh glyphs on armor plates in blood and soot. Weird boys capered in chains, while handlers beat those who grew too bright around the eyes. Mechs hammered breech rollers into larger breech rollers and called it improvement. The whole plane had become a congregation preparing for revelation. One scar-latticed war boss, thick-necked and breathing hard through iron nose tubes, thumped a fist to his chest. "Boss," he growled, "we's ready to hammer the west again. Smash that busted bit wide open and roll right through." Gazkull did not look at him at first. He kept his gaze on the Hive. "If you hit where it's already hurt," he said, "you gets a hole. Anyone can get a hole. Holes is easy." The gathered orcs muttered, uncertain whether they were being taught or mocked. Then Gazkull turned, and when his eyes found the war boss, the lesser creature's bravado thinned. "I don't want easy," Gazkull said. "I want the old one hurtin'. I want his lads thinking they know where I'm coming, then I want some wrong. I want the walls biting one way while I'm already crumping another. Fight's only fun when it's got shape." The mech nearest him cackled and slapped a slab-sided machine with an open palm. "Got shapes for you, boss. Rockets on the east, rollers on the mid, tunnelers down below, boys where it sounds loudest." "Good," Gazkull said. "Make it louder." He loved this part most. Not merely the killing, the arrangement, the way pressure could be applied to a world until the right noises came out of it. To lesser minds, war was hunger. To Gazkull, war was language. Each gun line, each charge, each feint and sacrifice was part of a grammar vast enough to shape destiny. Hades had begun speaking back to him in that language. That was why he could not let another war boss finish it in some dull, brutish grind. This had become personal in the truest greenskin sense, not a matter of wounded pride, but of artistic ownership. Far off, on the battlements and in the buried command galleries, Yarrick was doing the same thing in a different tongue. Lieutenant Erhard Kessel stood beside the hololithic war table with soot in every seam of his skin and blood dried under one fingernail where a medici orderly had not had time to clean it before dragging him back to duty. The display before him looked like a disease blooming through the western continent. Orc concentrations thickened in the ash wastes around Hades until the runes nearly obscured the terrain beneath them. Secondary fronts pulsed in and out as scout reports came late or not at all. Whole corridors beyond the Hive flashed amber or black where Imperial formations had either withdrawn, been overrun, or simply vanished into the smoke and could no longer be honestly accounted for. The war beyond Hades had become too large for one man's imagination. Fires ran across the continent in bands. Refugee columns several leagues long crawled between broken roads and shell craters, only to be turned back, slaughtered, or swallowed into new labor camps. Other hives fought their own private hells under skies no cleaner than these. Yet for all that scale, all that planetary ruin, the pressure around Hades still mounted. The Hive was consuming armies. Kessel looked toward Yarrick. The commissar stood over the display with one gloved hand braced on the table edge and the huge stolen claw flexing and relaxing in a slow metallic rhythm as though the machine spirit inside it shared his concentration. The bale eye burned red in the dim command light. He had become leaner since the surgery, if such a thing were possible. Pain had hollowed him, refined him. What remained looked less alive than sharpened. 3 more concentrations shifting toward us, Kessel said, from the lower refinery belt and the southern ash road. They're stripping pressure off other sectors to feed Hades. Yarrick nodded once. Because Gazkull is here now. Kessel glanced up. You are certain? I am certain the pattern has become personal. He touched the projection where a new artillery line had appeared overnight. He is no longer trying to seize a hive. He is trying to answer an argument. Outside, the answer came in fire. The Ork assault did not begin as a single hammer blow. That would have been simpler. It came in layers, each one designed to force a reaction that made the next more lethal. First came the feints, rocket storms, and nuisance bombardments on sectors that had been quiet for a day or more, enough to wake reserves and force guns to reveal themselves. Then came armored pushes against already damaged wall segments, not to carry them immediately, but to drag mobile reserves into visible transit lanes. While those lanes choked with movement, tunnel charges bloomed under 2 lower bastions in perfect sequence, collapsing service galleries and throwing panic through a rear medical district where no real breach yet existed. By the time the defenders understood which cries were bait and which were genuine, massed infantry waves were already rolling in behind breach rollers and scrap mantlets toward the northern manufacturum ring. Gazkull had turned chaos into orchestration. Kessel saw it from the upper battery galleries as daylight drowned under shell smoke. To the east, battle wagons lunged and withdrew in ragged bursts, soaking up attention and anti-armor fire. To the north, rockets screamed over the walls in deliberate oversaturation, some targeted, some wasteful, all of them forcing the defenders down and blinding observers. Beneath that cover, infiltration mobs moved through sewer lines, transit scars, and half-collapsed underlevels, using routes discovered through trial, prisoner chatter, and sheer greenskin persistence. Then, at the true center, the main body came on in waves behind mobile towers so vast they seemed to drag pieces of an iron city with them. Not stupid, not simple, brutal and cunning together. Yarrick answered in kind. He rotated kill corridors through the hive like a man turning the chambers of a pistol. Streets that had been held to the last stone on one day were abandoned on the next, not from weakness, but because he wanted the Orks deeper before the side walls fell inward under demolition charges. Reserve armor was never where the enemy expected it twice. Heavy bolter nests vacated just before artillery zeroed in on their previous firing patterns. Militia companies thought broken were rebuilt overnight behind fresh barricades and thrown back into line with new officers and harsher orders. He used the hive's pain the way Gazkull used numbers, turning each wound into another lure or another blade. Sometimes it worked magnificently. A shockwave of greenskins poured through a seemingly neglected cargo district, only to find blast shutters slamming behind them, while hidden guns opened from pre-sighted murder slots, and Prometheum flooded the avenue waist-deep before ignition. Another mob drove headlong after what looked like a rout by starving labor militia, only to be funneled into a rotating kill corridor between 2 hab blocks whose upper levels had been packed with demolition charges and shell fragments. The first detonation buried the front of the column. The second shredded the middle. The third sealed the rear and turned the whole packed knot into a butcher's vat, where flamer teams and grenadiers did the rest. Sometimes the hive only bled. There were too many fires now to count honestly. Whole districts had become low-burning. Grave fields of collapsed habs, burst pipes and shell holes full of slurry-thick water, where severed limbs turned gently in the current. Medici wards overflowed into transit halls and shrines. Men slept beside the dead, because there was nowhere cleaner. Corpse carts ran without pause. Ventilation systems coughed soot into every shelter. Some lower Hab populations had stopped asking whether relief was coming and asked only whether they would be burned alive or butchered up close. Hades was still resisting, but resistance had become indistinguishable from consumption. Yarrick knew it before anyone else would say it aloud. He knew it while standing on a parapet above the shell roads as 3 reserve chimeras burned in the avenue below, their crews still firing from the hatches because the vehicles had become more useful as static bunkers than as wrecks to be evacuated. He knew it while walking a lower medici station, where the wounded were now arranged by how much ammunition they had left on their person, rather than by the likelihood of recovery. He knew it when the casualty projections reached the stage where fresh orders required units that no longer existed, except in ink and memory. The Hive could still hold. The cost of that was the problem. A final stand had its own seduction. Men loved to dress annihilation in noble language when they had no other currency left. Hold here, die here, make this place legendary. Yarrick had no use for legends that spent everything for spectacle. Hades had already purchased time on a scale greater than most worlds ever managed. Gazkull's obsession with the Hive was pulling strength out of the wider campaign and feeding it into this furnace. Elsewhere on Armageddon that mattered. Other lines breathed because Hades suffocated. Other commanders survived because Gazkull kept throwing his best hatred here. But if Hades was simply crushed in place with every useful soldier and every surviving gun crew buried under it, the bargain would end in stupidity. Kessel saw the decision beginning long before he understood it. It was there in the maps Yarrick requested, the old cargo ways beneath the western districts, the surviving shuttle pads, the load capacities of battered landing platforms, the passenger numbers that could be forced through certain sectors before dawn if strict order and extreme sacrifice were imposed. It was there in the curious redeployment of some reserve units, not toward the hottest breaches, but toward routes that did not yet seem operationally meaningful. It was there in the sudden demand for exact lists of which artillery pieces could be spiked, which could be towed, and which must be abandoned with delayed charges. The realization came to him in the command chamber, while the guns overhead made dust drift down in a constant pale curtain. "You're going to leave it," Kessel said. Not accusation, shock. Yarrick did not immediately answer. The red eye watched the shifting runes for another few seconds before he spoke. "I am going to spend what remains of it." Kessel felt his jaw tighten. "Men are dying to hold these walls." "Yes. And you mean to abandon them?" "I mean to deny the enemy the pleasure of consuming everything of value at one bite." Yarrick turned then, and Kessel saw the whole ferocity of the man in the meeting of human eye and augmetic glare. "Hades is not a relic," Yarrick said. "It is an instrument. Instruments are used until they break, or until a more efficient use becomes available. Gazkull wants this hive because it resists. Good. We will let it resist until the last possible moment. Then we will rob him of the clean kill he believes he has earned." Kessel said nothing. There was no easy answer to such logic. It was monstrous. It was also correct. Outside, Gazkull pushed harder. He came closer to the front each day, not because he needed to by any sane military measure, but because the war around Hades had become too vivid to experience at second hand. His command colossus now stood within sight of the walls on clear stretches between bombardments. He walked the upper gun decks, while shells passed overhead, and boys around him howled at the sight of him. When he spoke, entire mobs leaned in, as if they were hearing doctrine from a living altar. "See how they answer," he told a ring of knobs, while pointing a huge iron finger toward the hive. "See how the old one keeps moving, lads, keeps setting traps, keeps giving us something worth hitting. That's war, not just killing, not just taking, making the other side prove it wants to live." A younger war boss, all fresh scars and ambition, grunted, "Then why not just smash over places while this one keeps barking?" Gazkull's grin widened, not kind, but delighted. "'Cause barking's where the best bite comes from. You don't leave a good fight half done." He meant it. That was the danger. He was too enthralled by the contest to weigh the broader campaign with proper ruthlessness. While he fed more guns, more mobs, and more armor into Hades, other Imperial fronts shifted and recovered. Counter-battery fire elsewhere stiffened. Steel Legion formations previously close to collapse found breathing room. Entire districts not yet lost remained contested because Gazkull had chosen the intoxicating challenge of one stubborn hive over the dull certainty of finishing softer prey. Yarrick saw the pattern and hated the opportunity it provided because it meant he had to exploit it fully. That night, he summoned only a handful of men to the deepest command vault. Kessel, 2 senior Steel Legion officers, a flight coordinator from the shattered local air arm, a munitorum savant who knew the shell roads better than his own kin lineage, the priest overseeing the main pyre trenches because he controlled labor details in the lower sectors. No one else. The doors were sealed. Vox traffic was cut. Even the orderlies outside were rotated by name and watched by provosts. Yarrick spread the maps across the iron table. They were not inspiring documents. Freight grids, service tunnels, landing capacities, casualty assumptions, demolition arcs, columns of numbers and route glyphs stained by ash and finger grease. The future of the Hive looked like accountancy performed in a slaughterhouse. "We begin preparing a phased evacuation," he said. The words sat in the room like a fresh corpse. One of the senior officers spoke first, very quietly. "If this leaks, the walls will fail before dawn." "It will not leak," Yarrick said. The air arm coordinator, hollow-eyed and still wearing one burnt glove, leaned over the map. "We do not have enough craft." "No," Yarrick said. "We have enough for command staff, specialist crews, irreplaceable wounded who can still serve, munitions cores, and staggered blocks of line survivors. The rest will move by ground. Corridors to secondary extraction points when those become available." The officer looked sick. "That means rear guards." "Yes," the priest murmured. "And sacrifices." Yarrick's gaze did not change. "That is another word for schedules." Kessel found his voice. "When?" "Not yet. We continue to hold and to draw him. We make Hades look as though it still believes in absolute defense. We force Gazkull to commit more. We let him fix on the kill. Meanwhile, tunnels are cleared, landing zones marked in cipher, demolition charges emplaced in every district we will surrender, and the units selected for rearguard are prepared without knowing the full pattern." The munitorum savant, hands trembling over his slates, said, "If the enemy notices route thinning?" "He will not, if the dead continue to be produced in sufficient quantity." The room fell silent again. There was no cruelty in Yarrick's tone when he said such things. That was what made them harder to bear. He was not indulging in hardness. He was calculating through it. On the walls above, the battle did not pause for planning. Ork assaults still came in pulses through the night. Armored thrusts battered the outer manufactorum ring. Tunnel fights opened and died in the underlevels. Refugee fires dotted the distant ash roads beyond the Hive, where columns of displaced civilians crawled between fronts too large to comprehend. Whole stretches of Armageddon burned beyond sight, a continent becoming a pyre one district at a time. Yet under all of it, under the shelling and the blood and the constant labor of not dying, another operation now existed in secret. Kessel spent the last hours before false dawn walking sectors that did not know they were already being measured for abandonment. Men loaded shells under broken lumens. Militia slept sitting up against walls warm from nearby fires. A medici team amputated a leg on a ration crate because all the proper slabs were full. On the battlements, troopers fired into the ash at shadows and engine heat, and the occasional very real shape of an orc crawling close enough to grin through the wire before being blown apart. None of them knew that deeper in the hive, certain routes had just been marked for future flight. None knew that some of the crates they guarded would soon be moved not to batteries, but to shuttles. None knew that the command they were preserving would, when the hour came, order them either to withdraw in savage good order or to die making that withdrawal possible. It felt like betrayal. It also felt like the only form of honesty left. Near dawn, Kessel returned to the sealed vault and found Yarrick alone at the table, the bale eye casting a dim red sheen over the maps. The claw rested on the edge beside his human hand, both equally still. "You have chosen the units already," Kessel said. "Yes." "Am I among those who know when it begins?" "Yes." Kessel let out a slow breath through the rebreather filter. "Then what do we tell the men?" Yarrick looked up. "The truth," he said. "Only not all at once." Beyond the walls, Gazkull's horde sang to itself in the ash darkness, drums booming from fuel barrels and tank hulls, mobs chanting, engines revving, weird boy energy snapping green over the camps like heat lightning. They believed the hive was dying under their weight. They were right. They believed the end would be a glorious, crushing culmination in which Hades would finally be pried open and the old one dragged out into the ruin. On that point, Yarrick intended to rob them. The first cipher orders went out before sunrise, hidden inside routine redeployment notices, labor assignments, and shell distribution codes. Shuttle pads in the inner sectors were quietly cleared under pretense of ammunition triage. Tunnel crews were sent into old freight arteries, supposedly to reinforce collapse points. Reserve units were rotated for rest to districts nearest the future extraction lanes. Demolition charges were blessed in silence and stacked behind false bulkheads. Every piece moved beneath the nose of the Ork horde, while the guns still thundered and the walls still bled. Hades would go on fighting, and while it fought, it would begin learning how to leave. The order to leave Hades was given in fragments, in coded phrases, in altered shell tallies, and changed embarkation priorities. And by the time most of the men understood what was happening, they were already inside it. No trumpets marked the beginning. No glorious announcement rolled across the hive to dignify the act with ceremony. Yarrick would not permit that kind of lie. There was no nobility in what was coming. There was only arithmetic. A city too broken to save. A war too large to indulge in theatrical death. Men held where they stood until another knot of men had passed behind them. Then they fell back to the next line, or died where they were, and purchased time with their own opened bodies. Hades did not retreat. Hades was carved apart in measured strips. Lieutenant Erhard Kessel received his final instructions in a command vault, trembling under distant impact. The hololithic table between him and Yarrick no longer displayed a coherent hive so much as a corpse diagram. Whole districts were marked for demolition or abandonment. Certain roads had been blacked out, where collapse or enemy occupation made movement a fantasy. Others were lit in narrow, sickly lines from the lower manufacturum rings toward the inner shuttle pads and cargo aprons that still had enough surface intact to receive a lander without tearing its belly open on rebar. Yarrick stood over the projection, in his black coat turned grey at the hem by ash, the stolen claw resting on the table edge with its talons flexing in a slow mechanical rhythm. The bale eye burned red in the chamber gloom. "The Western Labour Corridor is lost by first shift," he said. "Therefore it will be held until third shift." Kessel looked up sharply. "That leaves the rearguard no route out." Yes, there it was. No pretense, no comfort. Yarrick moved one gloved finger to a shell road branching inward through the lower Hab ruins. "Captain Mern's company holds here until the second shuttle rotation clears the northern pad. When the pad lifts, he falls back through the fire trench and seals the transit mouth behind him. If he cannot fall back, He holds until overrun. Kessel knew Mern, a hard officer, not beloved, reliable. Yarrick continued. Bastion Delta Reserve holds the Eastern Cargo Avenue long enough for Medici Convoy 12 and ammunition trains 3 through 6 to pass. They are then to withdraw by the ash duct galleries to the refinery gate. If the route is compromised, they remain in place and force the enemy to spend itself clearing them. One company, another, then another, each placed like a shell in a gun. Breach, not for survival, but for timing. Kessel felt something cold pass through him as he understood the weight being assigned to minutes. These men were not merely holding sectors, they were becoming units of time. Minutes, he said quietly. Yarrick's face did not change. On this day, Lieutenant, a minute may be worth more than a regiment on another world. Then the command chamber shook so hard, a lumen globe burst overhead and sprayed hot glass across the table. The outer guns were finding new range. The hour had come. The fall of Hades began in fire and traffic. Landing pads that had once served ore haulers and munitorum lifters became the throats through which what remained of the Hive tried to force itself into the sky. Shuttles descended through flak and rocket trails, hulls scarred, engines screaming, skids barely touching, before cargo ramps slammed down and another load of wounded command staff, shell corps, reserve officers, engineers and ragged survivors surged aboard under shouted weight limits and pistol discipline. Medici orderlies dragged litters through smoke so thick they had to follow rope lines strung between shell holes. Ammunition haulers reversed into loading positions over piles of dead that no one had time to clear. Fuel drums detonated when stray rounds touched them, coating embarkation crews in burning promethium and forcing the next wave to climb over blackened corpses still twitching in the fire. Every landing was an argument with death, every liftoff a theft. Kessel commanded the northern withdrawal corridor and saw the whole machinery of catastrophe from ground level. The avenue behind him had once been a manufactorum feeder road lined with hab blocks, shell depots and worker shrines. Now it was a canyon of broken facades and burning vehicles, its paving split by impact craters, its gutters clogged with blood, sump water and debris. The first shuttle pad lay at the far end beyond a barricade of ruined chimeras and freight containers. Men moved through it in blocks, one after another, each block protected by whichever company still had enough discipline left to die on schedule. The first rearguard went well enough by Armageddon standards, which meant only half of them were killed before the second line took over. Captain Mern held the Western Labour Corridor exactly as ordered. His company dug in among collapsed hab foundations and broken shell cranes, firing through smoke so thick the muzzle flashes lit their own faces brighter than the enemy. Orks came at them in waves, first probing, then harder, then with battle wagons trying to force the avenue wide. Mern held until the second shuttle rotation lifted, Vox discipline intact, even after a rocket took off his left leg below the knee. He continued issuing fire corrections from the ground, while a Medici trooper tried to turn his belt into a tourniquet. When Kessel's Vox operator called to tell him the pad was clear and the corridor could be yielded, the answer came back through layers of static and screaming. Too late. Kessel heard the heavy bolter in the background, firing at a pitch so rapid it was barely distinguishable from one continuous metallic tearing sound. Then someone else shouted that the Orks were through the side hab. Mern's voice returned, thin now from blood loss, but still precise. Road bought. Spend it. The channel cut. Kessel never saw Mern again. An hour later, the Western Labour Corridor vanished beneath detonations as the delayed charges went up under Ork feet, and the avenue became a trench of burning masonry full of shattered green bodies and whatever remained of the company that had held it. No triumph attended any of this. There were no cheers when a shuttle lifted, only counting, only the brutal glance from one slate to another as officers checked whether the dead had bought enough breathing room for the next movement. Men waited in embarkation lines with their rifles still, hot from the wall, and looked back over their shoulders at the sectors they were abandoning, as if trying to memorize them before they vanished under smoke. Others knew they were not boarding anything. Those were the men assigned to stay. Yarrick moved among them like a black-bladed instrument of necessity. He was everywhere at once, or seemed to be. On one landing pad, standing atop a cargo pallet, while he forced panicking labor militia back into boarding order by shooting the first looter who broke rank. In a lower transit trench, directing the placement of melter charges on ammunition vaults that could not be removed. At an inner barricade, leading a reserve push that existed for no purpose other than to retake a shell road long enough for 2 Medici carriers and a single command shuttle to pass. Men saw the red eye through smoke, the claw rising and falling, and obeyed because they could not imagine another response that left them alive even 1 minute longer. The Orks smelled the change quickly. They had always pressed hardest where the Hive seemed most stubborn, but now whole sectors were being held with a desperation so clean it became obvious even to them that something vital lay behind the resistance. Gazkull understood first. He stood upon the upper deck of his command Colossus, wind-whipping chains and glyph banners around him, and watched the defenders' pattern alter. Some districts fought harder as their flanks collapsed. Other sectors abandoned guns they should have died around. Traffic thickened toward the inner Hive heart. New fires bloomed in positions too orderly to be accidental. It thrilled him. "He's moving," Gazkull said. Around him, the gathered knobs looked outward through smoke and shell bursts, trying to see what he saw. "The old one," Gazkull said, grin widening. "He ain't just dying, he's shifting." A scarred war boss barked a laugh. "Then we've got him boxed, boss. Squeezed a middle. Cut him. Off." "Yes," Gazkull said, and the word came out almost reverent. "Now it gets good." He believed he had Yarrick cornered, not merely the Hive, the man, the black-coated old enemy who had turned Hades into a wound that devoured armies. Gazkull felt the lure of the moment like a hook in the gut. If he could close the jaws at the right place, if he could catch Yarrick in the final crush amid the burning pads and broken streets, then the whole campaign would resolve into something clean, a proper predator's lunge ending in the killing bite. He poured force toward the inner districts with reckless joy. Battle wagons rolled over their own dead to reach the tightening avenues. Fresh mobs were hurled into breach corridors, still choked by previous assaults. Knobs fought each other for the right to lead the push toward the central embarkation sectors. Ork guns shifted from broad bombardment to savage concentration, hammering the roads and pads where movement suggested escape. Above it all, Gazkull laughed and bellowed into the smoke. "Run, old one, make it worth it." Kessel's corridor disintegrated just before dusk. The northern shell road had held longer than any sane estimate allowed, its defenders firing until lasgun housings blistered and heavy bolter barrels glowed the dull orange of forged metal. Men wrapped spare cloth around grips because the weapons burned the skin. Gun crews with no water left pissed on overheated breeches to keep them running a little longer. Orks came on over piles of bodies so dense that the avenue had ceased to have a proper surface. Severed limbs, shell casings, teeth, helmet fragments, grey loops of intestine, all of it churned together under boots and tracks into a paste that sucked at every step. A battle wagon burst through the smoke at the head of the final push, its ram plated with flayed uniforms, its front wheels crushing wounded men from both sides as it swerved between burning wrecks. Kessel's anti-armor team fired too soon. The missile struck the side plating and sheared away in sparks. The wagon hit the barricade and burst through it in a storm of twisted metal, and the Orks behind it came yelling into the gap. What followed was not ordered withdrawal. It was murder with objectives. Kessel's line fired point-blank into the breach until the first rank of greenskins was shredded, and still the second climbed over them. A Labour militiaman with his face burned raw by flamer splash braced a demolition charge against the battle wagon's rear wheel and let it take both his legs when it went off, because the blast crippled the vehicle and blocked half the avenue with its own burning carcass. Another trooper, his rifle dead and bayonet snapped, used the glowing barrel as a club until an axe opened him from shoulder to hip and his guts slid steaming into the road slurry. Someone on the second floor of a ruin kept reciting a prayer over the firing cadence of a long lass until a rocket erased both the prayer and the ruin in one bright instant. "Fall back by files," Kessel roared. "Hold the corners. Burn the stairwells." It worked for perhaps 3 minutes. 3 minutes in which 2 shuttle loads of wounded and command staff lifted from the northern pad. 3 minutes in which a medici carrier full of chirurgeons and plasma regulators made it across the inner avenue. 3 minutes in which the men still alive at the barricade spent themselves like coin. Then the right-hand hab front came down under shelling, and the avenue filled with fresh greenskins through the dust. Kessel ordered the charges blown. The street behind them vanished in a tearing line of fire as shaped demolition packs collapsed the shell road into itself. Men who had been too slow disappeared beneath falling walls and slabs of broken ferrocrete. Orks went with them. The retreating defenders staggered through the blast wash and kept moving, because to stop was to die under the next wave or under the next section of their own city coming down. Everywhere in Hades, the same scenes repeated at different scales. Rearguards held intersections only until the next block of men escaped, then were eaten alive or buried under timed demolitions. Burning landing pads took fire from Ork guns, even as pilots forced their craft down through the flak and lifted with decks slick from blood and hydraulic fluid. Whole avenues became canyons of smoke, where defenders shot until their barrels glowed white, and then died with hands still welded to the grips. A line company in the refinery ring held around a single shuttle ramp until the last engineer team boarded, then fixed bayonets and vanished beneath the green surge without attempting any final transmission. The minutes they bought allowed an ammunition train to reach the inner core. That train, in turn, kept 3 batteries alive long enough to cover another wave of flights. Each minute consumed the men who created it. Each minute was priceless. Yarrick nearly died at the mid-Hive freight apron. It was the largest remaining launch area, a slab of shattered ferrocrete bordered by cargo cranes, promethium tanks, and shell warehouses already half afire. 3 shuttles were due in sequence, and the first had just lifted under fire with a full load of wounded officers, astropathic relays, and targeting slates when Ork infiltrators burst from a drainage culvert the defenders had believed collapsed. They hit the apron from the side while the main avenue was still under bombardment, exactly the kind of layered strike Gazkull favored. Panic rippled through the embarkation queues. Pilots screamed for clear lanes. A fuel bowser went up and sprayed burning promethium over a dozen men and 1 shuttle's port ramp. Yarrick was in the middle of it before Kessel, arriving from the northern road with a blood-reduced remnant of his force, even understood the scale of the disaster. The commissar led the counter like a man trying to strangle the future back into existence. He waded into the infiltrators, with the claw-ripping torsos open and the chainsword in his left hand, chewing through arms, shoulders, and necks in sprays of hot meat. The bale eye flashed once, carving a smoking ruin through an Ork knob's chest. He kicked burning bodies clear of the ramp path. He shot a panicking embarkation sergeant through the spine when the man tried to reverse the loading order to save his own command staff first. Men rallied because there was no room in the sight of him for anything except immediate obedience. Then a shell hit one of the cargo cranes. The boom folded over the apron in slow nightmare majesty, chains and burning girders cascading through the smoke. Kessel saw it tipping and shouted, but the sound vanished under the impact. Yarrick looked up in the same instant. The crane's arm crashed through the edge of the pad and drove him from sight beneath a rain of shattered ferrocrete, chain, and fire. For a heartbeat, Kessel thought the war had taken him at last. The defenders saw it too. Their line faltered. The Orks screamed triumph and surged harder for the apron, Gazkull's will echoing through them even from a distance. This was the kill. This was the cornered prey at last. Then the rubble moved. The claw came up first through dust and flame, tearing a bent chain link apart as if it were parchment. Yarrick dragged himself from under the wreckage blackened with soot, one side of his coat on fire, blood running from a fresh scalp wound down over the red eye lens so that the whole augmetic glowed through a mask of crimson. He should not have been able to stand. He stood. He should not have been able to raise his weapon. He raised it and pointed toward the charging Orks. "Hold," he said. That was all. The line steadied around that one word. Kessel led the countercharge that followed, almost without conscious decision, simply because the sight of Yarrick climbing out of the ruin turned fear into something meaner. Steel Legion troopers fired from the hip while advancing through sparks and corpse smoke. Surviving Labour militia hurled grenades into the culvert mouth until the entrance became a fountain of shredded green flesh. Flamer teams washed the loading lane clear again. The second shuttle came down through a storm of rounds and lifted with its hull already burning. Gazkull saw the apron through magnification from his command deck and felt fury in a form almost kin to admiration. "So close," he growled. He had wanted the old man in the crush, had seen the shape of it, the narrowing avenues, the burning pads, the moment where prey would turn and find no road left at all. Instead, Yarrick kept slipping the bite through sheer refusal, bleeding away sectors, but denying the clean ending. It was glorious and infuriating at once. By the time full dark came over Hades, the Hive was no longer defensible in any honest sense. It burned in stacks and rings and interior vaults. Great sections of the outer spires had collapsed, their upper levels canted sideways or dropped entirely into the lower districts in avalanches of iron and masonry. Ork banners rose over ruin heaps, still hot from demolition. Streets were layered with the dead so thickly that new corpses often landed atop old ones and did not touch the ground. The corpse smoke from pyres and fires and engine wrecks rolled together into one vast pall over the city, lit from beneath by shell bursts and fuel detonations, so that Hades seemed to glow from its own cremation. The last organized withdrawals ran under that light. Shuttles lifted when they could. Ground columns fought their way through interior service lanes towards secondary extraction sites or toward new lines forming beyond the immediate death of the Hive. Some never made it. Some made it missing half their strength. Some arrived carrying nothing but ammunition, and the walking wounded because everyone else had been spent buying the road. What survived of Hades came out in pieces, covered in ash and other men's blood, too exhausted to celebrate their own escape. Then the Orks were inside everywhere, not in probing knots, not in isolated breach corridors, everywhere. They flooded the broken districts, swarmed the shell roads, climbed the shattered hab towers, planted glyph banners in windows and atop smoking parapets. Hades fell, not with a single final crash, but with the ugly certainty of a beast at last dragged down by enough attackers. Its spires burned, its inner streets ran black-red, its dead lay in drifts against blast doors and stairwells and transit mouths. The whole Hive looked like a vision shown to mad prophets to teach them what the word slaughter truly meant. And yet the taking of it had cost the Orks dearly enough to matter beyond the ruin itself. So much armor, so many mobs, so many guns and war bosses, and days consumed here beneath these walls. Elsewhere on Armageddon, the pressure had shifted. Imperial lines that should have died had instead bent and lived. Counterstrokes were being prepared in sectors Gazkull had starved of his attention. Hades was lost, but it had devoured an impossible share of the wow in doing so. The wider war had changed shape around its death. That truth would have meant little to Gazkull in the first hot moments after the fall. He entered the outskirts of the burning Hive in triumph, his colossus grinding over the wreckage, while mobs howled around him and fired into the dark, simply because joy demanded sound. Banners snapped over shattered walls. Knobs dragged trophies from the streets. Weird boys shrieked among the flames. The prophet of war had his conquered city. He did not have Yarrick. He prowled the central ruins with murder still in him, searching through command levels, shell roads, and half-collapsed bunkers for the old man who had made this place worthy. He found smashed maps, spiked guns, delayed charges, corpses, blood trails that led nowhere certain. But not the kill itself, not the clean ending. The prey had bled, yes. The prey had lost its lair, but the throat had not been taken in his jaws. That mattered more to him in the moment than the hive. Back in the smoke beyond Hades, aboard a shuttle that stank of blood, fuel, and burnt insulation, Yarrick sat strapped to a crash bench, while the hull rang with distant fire, and the surviving officers around him tried not to watch the way his fresh wounds were soaking through the dressings. Ash caked his coat and cap. Blood had dried in a dark mask down one side of his face. The bale eye burned steadily through it all, red and merciless. A medici orderly knelt in the aisle with a sealant kit and tried to approach. "No," Yarrick said. "Commissar, the wounds—" "No." The orderly looked to Kessel, as if rank by proximity might overrule rank by nature. Kessel said nothing. He knew better. Outside, the shuttle's vision slit the burning corpse of Hades, receded into the smoke, its broken spires still visible like black teeth under a furnace sky. Men who had escaped it sat in silence, too emptied even for grief. Some held rifles across their knees. Some stared at their own hands. One trooper slept despite the noise, head slumped against a shell crate because the body had its own tyrannies. Yarrick leaned forward, ignoring the blood running into his collar, and held out his human hand. "Map," he said. Kessel took the next operational slate from its case and placed it there. Yarrick activated the display at once. The green runes of Armageddon's wider front glimmered across his soot-black features, while the shuttle bucked through smoke and fire toward whatever line would have to hold next. He did not ask for rest. He did not look back at the city that had nearly killed him and had certainly remade him. He only studied the war still left to fight. Armageddon did not mourn. Hades' Hive. The world had no room left for mourning. It had reached that stage of war where loss ceased to be an event and became atmosphere. Hades burned behind the lines in a wound of smoke and red light visible across entire provinces of ash waste. Its spires split, its habrings collapsed, its streets choked with the layered dead. Yet the planet did not stop to look upon the corpse. Other hives still stood. Other roads still carried fuel, ammunition, refugees, and the walking remnants of regiments that no longer matched the names in their own ledgers. Other fronts were cracking under the grind of greenskin mass. Across the continents, the war widened until even catastrophe had to queue for attention. From orbit, Armageddon looked as though a diseased star had been skinned and nailed open. Fire belts ran across the dark side, where refineries and hive districts burned in contiguous lines. Anti-ship lance strikes from the Void War had scarred the atmosphere in luminous streaks. The ash storms that once defined the planet's horizons were now seeded with smoke from 100,000 wrecks and pyres, so that entire regions glowed dull red beneath the cloud lid. Convoys crept through the blackness of the land like veins carrying the last stubborn blood of a dying giant. Into that ruin came Commander Dante. His arrival was not announced with vainglorious spectacle. The sky over the command sectors of Armageddon was too crowded with war for clean ceremony. Thunderhawks and heavy landers descended through layers of flak. Navy craft screamed overhead in dogfights that turned the clouds briefly white with engine flare and missile blossoms. Vox traffic was a choking flood of call signs, kill confirmations, casualty relays, and pleas for immediate guns. Yet even amid all that confusion, authority changed shape the moment the Blood Angels descended. Lieutenant Erhard Kessel saw them arrive at an inner bastion outside Hell's Reach, where half the towers were still. Sandbagged from the last emergency bombardment, and the landing aprons were slick with oil, ash and blood from triage shuttles. The first Thunderhawk came through the smoke like a descending fortress, red hull scorched by void passage, engines beating the ash into storms around the pad. Then another followed, then another. Their ramps dropped, and the angels came out. They did not look like saviors in the foolish mortal sense. They looked like judgment. Astartes in red plate disembarked in disciplined silence, their armor marked by campaign scars, purity seals, and the heraldry of a lineage that made even seasoned officers lower their eyes. They were too large for ordinary human proportions, too controlled in their movements, too utterly lacking in hesitation. Servitors and loading crews scurried around them like lesser organisms around war engines. Their helmets turned in measured arcs as they took in the bastion, the skies, the guns, the wounded, and the men. Kessel had seen horror, enough that he no longer believed in awe without fear. The Blood Angels confirmed him in that judgment. They were magnificent. They were also terrifying. Then Dante himself came down the ramp. Gold, red, bone white. The old lord of the Blood Angels walked with the implacable certainty of a being long since stripped of every ordinary human indulgence except duty. The death mask of Sanguinius covered his face in angelic severity, and that made him worse, not better, because no expression softened the weight of him. Honor guards moved around him like the teeth of a precision weapon. Officers, generals, clerks, and bastion commanders all seemed to contract subtly in his presence, as if the mere fact of his arrival had revealed the limits of their stature. Yarrick met him in a command bunker that still shivered intermittently from distant artillery. The room held maps of continents, fuel corridors, hive sieges, and air war routes, most of them already obsolete by hours or days because Armageddon was bleeding faster than paper could keep pace. Kessel stood at the rear with other liaison officers and watched the two men study each other across the hololith glow. There was no rivalry there, no petty weighing of ego, no mortal resentment at being overshadowed by legend, and no transhuman disdain for the old commissar who had held Hades until the city itself became a weapon. What passed between them was recognition. One commander who had spent the lives of worlds, and one who had spent the life of a hive, both understanding in an instant that Armageddon's salvation, if such a word could still be used honestly, would require more of the same. Dante looked at the front projections first, then at Yarrick's ruined coat and the Xenos claw hanging at his side. "You held longer than the planet had any right to ask," Dante said. Yarrick's bale eye burned in the bunker gloom. "It bought time." "Yes," said Dante, "and I intend to spend it." That was all. The gratitude either required. Once Dante assumed strategic command, the war ceased to feel blind. Not easier, not cleaner, not hopeful in any sentimental sense, but shaped. The scattered imperial responses, the panicked local holds, the desperate regional improvisations that had defined the worst of the invasion now began to align beneath something greater than mere reaction. Astropathic traffic was regularized. Fleet assets were distributed according to campaign logic instead of political panic. Steel Legion armored reserves that had been hoarded or squandered under lesser men were reformed into striking groups. Hive commanders received orders that fit into a planetary design rather than their own shrinking horizons. Armageddon answered with engines. Columns of Lehman Russ tanks ground across the ash plains in lines so long their dust trails merged into a single advancing wall. Super heavy vehicles rolled with them, cathedral-sized silhouettes under escort screens of chimeras, and flak carriers. Artillery parks were established behind ridge lines and refinery belts, then expanded until they resembled fresh cities of ammunition, prayer, and gun barrels. The skies filled with Imperial aircraft. Marauder bombers flew in squadrons beneath fighter cover, their bomb bays opening over greenskin staging grounds in chain detonations that rippled for miles. Thunderbolts and interceptors hunted Ork fighter bombers through smoke towers and refinery stacks, duels of shrieking engines and burning debris that ended with flaming wrecks hammering into the earth hard enough to shake nearby infantry off their feet. The Blood Angels became the blade point of all this. They were not bright icons descending to comfort frightened men. They were killers deployed with calculated precision where mortal formations would break, or where the momentum of a battle needed to be turned instantly and by force beyond reason. Kessel saw a company of them descend by jump pack into an Ork-held breach sector that had devoured 3 Imperial assault attempts already. They fell through smoke like red meteors, chainswords revving, bolt pistols barking, and hit the greenskin mob at a velocity that transformed the first rank into a haze of blood, iron, and fractured tusks. Where mortal troops fought by attrition, the Blood Angels fought like the sudden arrival of a different law of physics. By the time Steel Legion infantry reached the position to consolidate, the Astartes were already moving on, leaving behind heaps of hacked Orks, broken war machines, and men staring at them with the hushed, disbelieving expressions of those who had just watched saints commit atrocities. Dante wielded them without waste. He saw Yarrick for what he had become as well, not a symbol to be paraded, but an edge to be used where moral restraint had no battlefield value. While the Lord Commander shaped the great offensives and defensive realignments, Yarrick was given room to prosecute the war in the hard places conventional command preferred not to describe too closely: supply denials, tunnel purges, transit corridor massacres, counter-raids against reserve depots that would be spoken of later only in terms of tonnage destroyed, and never in the names of the men sent to do it. Yarrick accepted the work as naturally as another man might accept water. He led Steel Legion spearheads through refinery belts, where the air itself tried to kill men before the enemy could. He oversaw the burning of whole ash settlements that had become greenskin ammunition nests. He sent rearguard-trained survivors of Hades back into Underhive fighting beneath other cities, where they laid melter charges in old freight arteries and collapsed entire mobs into the dark. He took troops too disciplined, too hard or too damaged for line duty, and forged them into task groups that struck where the war was dirtiest. Men came back from those missions with soot in their teeth, burns through their coats, and an even more unsteady reverence for the old commissar who never asked them whether the work was bearable. Kessel served at his side and saw that Yarrick had become even less patient under Dante's wider order, as if clarity at the strategic level had given him permission to be monstrous with greater efficiency. A colonel who delayed a demolition action because a civilian quarter was still not fully evacuated was relieved on the spot and sent to a penal line. A munitions officer, caught understating shell expenditure to protect his reputation, found himself chained to a gun tractor and dragged before the battery crews. Yarrick did not rage. He rarely even raised his voice. He simply cut weakness out of the campaign wherever he found it and trusted others to be grateful later or not at all. Gazkull still dominated battlefield morale through sheer existence. That had not changed. When the prophet of war appeared on a front, the greenskins fought harder, louder, with a kind of ecstatic certainty that bordered on religious seizure. His mobs crashed into Imperial lines with renewed fury. War bosses seeking his approval hurled themselves into offensives that lesser creatures would have called impossible. The Orks felt the campaign's rhythm changing under Dante and answered in the only language they truly respected: more destruction, more engines, more bodies. They burned refugee columns for sport. They nailed Imperial prisoners to tank hulls and drove them at the enemy as moving insults. They intensified bombardments on Hive populations, not because the rounds were tactically justified, but because terror itself was a weapon worth feeding. Yet now, for the first time since the invasion's opening horror, the Imperium's answer was not merely local courage and delayed collapse. Now it was campaign. The sacrifice of Hades revealed its true worth in the new maps. Gazkull had fed so much strength into the Hive, had spent so many mobs, engines, artillery lines, and days of effort there, that the wider front possessed seams at last. Dante saw them instantly. So did Yarrick. Other hives had not been spared. Nothing on Armageddon had been spared, but certain sectors had survived that should have been annihilated. Certain Ork concentrations were overextended. Certain fuel routes were less protected than they ought to be, because the prophet of war had wanted his glorious duel at Hades more than he had wanted broad efficiency elsewhere. So the counterstroke began. It opened with air war and artillery. For 3 days and nights, Imperial batteries pounded greenskin staging grounds, bridgeheads and armor parks, with shelling so sustained that the horizon seemed a permanent curtain of blast. Basilisks, manticores, Medusa siege guns and naval bombardments walked fire across the wastelands in overlapping zones of annihilation. The sky above the targeted sectors never cleared. Bombers came in behind it, dropping enough ordnance to turn scrap fortresses into flaming craters and to ignite fuel reserves whose smoke plumes could be seen from orbit. Ork anti-air positions answered savagely, sending up storms of tracer and rocket trails, but the sheer discipline of the Imperial timing forced openings that had not existed before. Then came the ground assault. Armored thrusts drove into the weakened seams with the grinding inevitability of industrial murder. Tank regiments advanced in echelons beneath flak canopies, while mechanized infantry clung to the flanks, and engineers threw bridges over shell-cut channels faster than the enemy could rearrange them. In one sector, a pair of bane blades led the assault through a belt of wrecks and mined ash where previous advances had died screaming. They drove over the dead and through the wreckage of older hopes, battle cannons speaking in cathedral booms that folded whole Ork barricades inward. Steel Legion infantry followed in their shadow, dismounting into gunfire and smoke to clear the survivors, with bayonet, lass, and disciplined brutality. The Blood Angels fell where resistance thickened beyond what mortal troops could quickly master. A Hive siege in the refinery corridor turned when they descended through a gap in the smoke and took the enemy command stack from above, not in some noble gesture of rescue, but in a display of concentrated, almost inhuman slaughter that left the defenders below both saved and frightened by the sight of their saviors. Thunderhawks landed in contested streets under fire, ramps dropping while Astartes stormed out through dust and black flames. Men cheered them only after they had passed, once the immediate pressure of proximity eased enough for awe to displace dread. Yarrick used the opening to conduct the tasks no one else wished to own. He led strike groups against Ork ammunition caravans retreating from the bombardment zones and had them destroyed so thoroughly that secondary explosions rattled Hive windows 30 miles away. He sent Hades, veterans through culvert networks, into the rear of a greenskin armored column and collapsed the road beneath its fuel carriers. He oversaw the recapture of a munitions district where no quarter was offered, because the defending Orks had turned the civilian shelters into killing pits. Kessel saw him walk those ruined streets afterward, with the bale eye glowing in the smoke, and understood that Dante and Yarrick, though utterly different kinds of men, had found the same truth from opposite directions. War on Armageddon would not be won by purity, only by arrangement, by timing, by the correct expenditure of horror. The first major counterblow landed at the refinery belt, east of Hell's Reach. Gazkull's mobs had used the sector as a pivot for reinforcing multiple fronts, trusting its depth and engine weight to keep it secure. Dante struck it with everything the seam could bear. Artillery blinded the outer gun lines. Navy and Air Force elements shredded the anti-air cover in a dawn assault that set half the fuel lakes ablaze. Armored columns punched through on 3 axes, while Blood Angels' spearheads tore open the strongest nodes from above and within. Yarrick's own task groups cut the withdrawal roads and set charges in the pumping stations, forcing the greenskins to choose between burning in place or trying to fight out through kill zones already bracketed by Imperial guns. They chose both, because Orks were incapable of any single civilized answer to disaster. The battle became an industrial apocalypse. Tanks fired across promethium fires that painted their hulls gold and red. Ork battle wagons rammed headlong into Lehman Russ lines and burst apart in spheres of iron and teeth. Infantry fought through refinery gantries slick with oil and blood, falling off catwalks into burning sumps or into the arms of enemies waiting below with knives, choppers, and chain blades. Aircraft dueled over the inferno until whole chunks of flaming wreckage came down into the melee and killed whichever side happened to be standing there. By dusk, the belt itself looked like the inside of a furnace god. Imperial banners still rose over it. The sector was not cleansed. Nothing so absolute belonged to Armageddon anymore. But it was taken back. The greenskin pivot was broken. Their reinforcement timings were mangled. For the first time on a scale large enough for the whole campaign to feel it, the Imperium had not merely endured. It had struck and moved the line. That night, the war rooms on Armageddon glowed differently. Still grim, still overrun with casualty rolls, missing units, burnt-out staff, and the endless filthy paperwork of survival. But the officers standing over the maps no longer looked like men trying only to manage the manner of their own extinction. The war might be survivable now, not winnable in any clean or joyous sense, not close to safe. Gazkull still lived. The Ork hosts still covered continents. The planet was still a furnace of smoke, corpses, and iron. Yet there was shape to the resistance and bite in the counterstroke. In a command bastion lit by hololithic green and the distant red pulse of burning refineries, Dante and Yarrick stood over the new front line projections without speaking for a long while. At last, Dante said, "We can hurt him now." Yarrick's claw flexed once over the map. "Yes," he said, "which means he will answer with everything." Neither man mistook the moment for victory. But for the first time since the sky had broken over Armageddon, it no longer felt as though the world's only duty was to die correctly. The killing ground was chosen with the same care another man might give to a shrine. It lay east of the corpse of Hades, across a breadth of ash plains and wreck-strewn refinery approaches, where the land had already been beaten flat by months of artillery, track weight, and mass death. Burned fuel lakes shone black beneath the smoke. Broken hab districts jutted from the plain like rotted teeth. The ruined shell roads that once fed Hades now led nowhere worth saving, yet they still existed in the enemy mind as roads of challenge, roads of memory, roads where the old Hume commissar had made a profit of war, bleed patience, and spend armies for the pleasure of the contest. That was why Yarrick chose it. By then, Armageddon's war had become too vast for any one battlefield to contain. Continents burned. Hives stood or fell according to timetables written in blood and promethium. Columns of refugees still crawled between fronts, only to be swallowed by labor levies, bombardment, or the green tide itself. The skies above the planet never truly emptied. Interceptors hunted fighter bombers over smoke oceans. Bombers vanished into flak storms and came back with half their tails missing, or did not come back at all. In the wastelands, armored formations drove and redrove the same corridors until the tracks of dead tanks and living tanks made a single geography of steel. Yet for all the scale, for all the million separate butcheries grinding on across the world, there remained one truth Yarrick understood with perfect clarity. Gazkull still wanted him, not merely because of hatred, not merely because of insult. The prophet of war wanted the shape of that struggle completed. The old commissar had become a question asked in the language Gazkull loved most. So long as that question remained unanswered, the greenskin horde would turn toward it, even when wiser appetite should have looked elsewhere. Dante saw the same truth and knew how to use it. The plan was not clean enough to deserve admiration, only exact enough to deserve execution. Yarrick would take the bait force, a hard knot of Steel Legion armor, Hades survivors, attached artillery observers, reserve infantry and demolition engineers, and drive a visible, vicious action into the old Hades approaches, where the enemy's memory and pride were strongest. He would make it look like an attempt to reclaim ground too bitterly symbolic to ignore. He would wound, blaspheme, and provoke. Gazkull would come, or at least would bend the weight of the War toward the challenge. At the same hour, under the cover of that fixation, Imperial counterattacks across the wider front would strike where Ork concentrations had become overstretched, undersupplied, and drunk on their own forward momentum. The Blood Angels would fall upon those seams with all the terrifying finality of a divine sentence. Yarrick received his orders in a command bastion lit by hololithic green and the pulsing red of distant fires. Dante stood across the table from him, gold mask expressionless, armor marked by smoke and old war. "He will follow you," Dante said. Yarrick's claw flexed over the map. "Yes. And if he senses the trap, he will step into it harder." The faintest inclination of Dante's helm acknowledged the answer. Neither man mistook cunning for safety where Gazkull was concerned. The warlord was too brutal to be called subtle by lesser species, yet too intelligent to be dismissed as mere appetite. He would know he was being invited. The important point was that he would not care if the invitation promised sufficient violence. Kessel stood at the rear of the chamber with the liaison staff and thought, not for the first time, that he was watching two men converse about planetary slaughter with the same stripped logic other men reserved for bridge building or grain quotas. Perhaps that was what command truly became once the dead passed a certain count. The bait force rolled out before dawn under a sky thick with black weather and engine glow. Lehman Russ battle tanks led in staggered wedges, hulls draped with soot, kill marks and strips of devotional parchment nailed down beneath the bolts. Chimeras followed in disciplined files, packed with infantry who had survived Hades, refinery belts, tunnel purges, and retreat. Corridors so murderous that nothing ordinary remained in their eyes. Basilisk batteries displaced behind them in halting sequence, escorted by flak carriers and munitorum haulers, whose crews sat atop the load crates with laser guns across their knees and faces hidden behind grime-whitened masks. Demolition teams rode in cargo half-tracks among melter charges, shaped mines, and enough sacrificial blasting weight to rewrite the terrain if called upon. Yarrick rode forward in an open command chimera because visibility mattered more here than safety. He stood with one hand locked to the rail and the claw resting against the vehicle's side plating, while the bale eye burned through the ash-dark morning. Men along the column looked to him as they passed shell craters full of bones and black water, wrecks sticking up from the plain like broken ribs, and the burned remains of Ork towers destroyed in earlier fighting. No speeches were given. None were needed. The old man was going back toward Hades. That was message enough. The first artillery preparation hit the approaches at false dawn. Imperial guns spoke from behind the ridge lines in a broad, disciplined line of fire that rolled over the wasteland with industrial majesty. Shell after shell after shell crossed the sky until it seemed the planet itself had found a voice and was expressing it in detonation. The old Hades staging grounds, the roads where breach wagons had once formed, the scrap forts and fuel caches clustered around the corpse of the Hive, all vanished into pillars of black-red eruption. The horizon shuddered. Clouds of oily smoke climbed and spread. Broken armor, green-skinned bodies and whole lengths of track were hurled through the air and brought down again in flaming arcs. Yarrick did not wait for the barrage to finish in full. He drove into its wake. The bait strike fell on the eastern Hades corridor with calculated insult. Steel Legion armor punched through the outer pickets, battle cannons, folding bunker mouths inward and turning trucks into flying wreckage before the crews could do more than shout. Infantry dismounted into the smoke and cleared the shell roads with bayonet, flamer and grenade, while engineers drove charges into bridge supports and culvert mouths. Basilisk observers walked their fire deeper toward identified gun parks, making the whole action seem larger than a raid and more reckless than a probe. It was not enough to kill. It had to demand attention. Kessel fought near the spear point and saw the effect almost at once. Green-skinned pickets who might have given ground elsewhere instead threw themselves forward shrieking, as if the mere fact that the attack came near Hades made withdrawal an obscenity. Knobs drove mobs into the fight with kicks, headbutts, and roaring promises of glory. A battle wagon painted with the glyph of a dead war boss rammed straight through a wreck barrier just to get at Yarrick's command chimera, and only a melter blast at 30. Paces turned it into a fountain of molten plate and spinning wheels. Even dying orcs seemed exhilarated. The place still mattered to them. The old question still burned. Then Gazkull came. His command colossus appeared through the smoke like a continent moving under its own will, gun decks ablaze, banners snapping, engines roaring with such depth that the vibrations reached men through the soles of their boots before the hull fully emerged from the haze. Around it rolled a fresh storm of battle wagons, trucks, walkers, and massed infantry, all converging toward the Hades approaches with the awful inevitability of water finding a wound. Gazkull stood high upon the command deck, enormous, iron-bound, impossible to mistake for anything but the center of the Horde's will. He laughed when he saw Yarrick's column. The sound came across the ash on Voxbleed and open air both, huge and joyous. "There you are," he roared. "Still got fight in you." He was magnificent in the way avalanches and collapsing stars are magnificent. Not noble, not admirable, simply immense beyond reasonable scale, animated by a charisma so violent that every greenskin within sight of him seemed to swell with confidence. Boys who had been taking cover a heartbeat before now surged forward through shell bursts. War bosses straightened. Mobs that might have hesitated instead accelerated into the guns with the eager certainty of creatures convinced they were witnessing a sacred event. Yarrick watched him through magnification and understood, as he always had, more about this enemy than many men ever would about their own species. Gazkull did not merely command war. He believed in it as revelation. That made him dangerous beyond arithmetic. It also made him predictable in the one way that mattered. Yarrick ordered the staged withdrawal. At once the bait force began yielding ground exactly as planned, falling back through pre-sighted kill zones and demolition lanes toward positions whose chief purpose was not survival, but fixation. Orks howled in triumph and came on harder, convinced the old commissar was finally being driven at speed. Gazkull saw the movement and answered as expected, shoving more force into the pursuit rather than pausing to consider what other fronts must consequently be weakened. The trap opened across Armageddon. Far from Hades, while Gazkull's gaze burned eastward through the smoke, Dante launched the real counterstroke. Imperial armored formations that had spent days massing behind false screens thundered forward into the thinned seams of the Ork front. Hive guns that had husbanded shells in strict silence for want of worthwhile timing now opened in concert, pounding the horizon until entire greenskin trench belts dissolved beneath fire. Marauder bombers flew in staggered wings over the refinery corridors and dropped payloads so vast that ash plains became oceans of moving flame. Thunderbolts and interceptors scythed through fighter screens and then dipped low to rake retreat roads, burning columns alive inside their own transports. The Blood Angels fell where the seams were weakest, and the resistance still savage enough to deserve them. Red-armored companies descended by Thunderhawk and Jump Pack into the flanks of key Ork concentrations that had overcommitted toward Hades and the central advance lanes. They hit supply knots, command towers, artillery hearts, and armored reserves with the cold precision of executioners. One entire greenskin staging city north of the refinery belt ceased to exist as an organized formation within an hour of the Angels arriving, reduced instead to burning wreckage, decapitated war bosses, and mobs fleeing in contradictory directions, while Imperial armor punched through the gaps behind them. Another concentration near the southern ash roads was turned in place when Dante's sons dropped onto its rear fuel fields and set them alight. The fires ran through trucks, munition stacks and packed infantry until the whole rear echelon became a furnace, trapping the front against advancing Steel Legion gun lines. On the main killing ground, Yarrick spent men like ammunition and roads like traps. He fell back one line, then another, always slowly enough to keep Gazkull hungry, and always brutally enough that the pursuit could not become clean. Demolition charges turned old breach avenues into erupting trenches under Ork feet. Hidden artillery observers called in fire missions so tight that Imperial tanks were showered with gobbets of greenskin flesh and bent armor from impacts only yards ahead of their tracks. Rotating kill corridors chewed through the front ranks of the horde, and still they came, Gazkull's presence driving them harder every time they should have paused. The battlefield ceased to resemble land. It became an industrial-scale act of destruction so total that ordinary language shrank from it. Tanks breached over mountains of scrap and flesh, climbing mounds made of 3 wars layered together and firing from the summit as they crushed downward into fresh mobs. Air support burned columns alive in the open, promethium and explosives turning packed truck convoys into chains of rolling detonation where Orks stumbled from the wrecks ablaze and were machine-gunned as they ran. Hive guns from farther Imperial bastions pounded the horizon without rest, their shells arriving in such density that the far distance became a permanent broken wall of black and orange. Whole companies vanished in the smoke, and only their vox screams proved they had existed. Kessel saw a Baneblade drive through a barricade made of wrecked chimeras and Ork gun trucks, while battle cannon fire at point-blank range blew torsos, wheels, and sections of hab wall into one another, until the whole avenue looked as though some god of mechanics and meat had tried to knead them together. He saw a line of blood angels advancing through refinery. Flame, bolt guns hammering, their red armor washed gold by the inferno, and knew that mortal men would repeat the sight as a miracle, while quietly omitting the butcher's detail of what the angels actually did to anything that stood in their path. He saw Ork mobs still charging through all this, because Gazkull was visible ahead of them, huge and laughing and terrifying enough that defeat became merely another kind of frenzy. Gazkull was not weak in that hour. He was monstrous. He drove his own command forward under artillery burst and airstrike, bellowing orders, challenges, and promises through magnifiers and open throat both. He smashed apart a crippled Lehman Russ with his claw, while its crew were still trying to traverse the turret. He hauled a wounded Nob back into line by the neck and threw him bodily at a retreating mob to shame them into turning around. His very presence made the front around him fight past the point where sensible creatures would have become ash and memory. Even as the trap tightened and the wider campaign began to slip from his immediate grasp, he remained a force of momentum and belief too great to be called merely defeated. He was being pushed back, not broken. There was a difference, and everyone who saw him understood it. Yet attrition, timing, and obsession had at last become weights even Gazkull could not wholly ignore. Reports began reaching his command from other fronts, at first as annoyed interruptions, then as mounting evidence of structural pain. Fuel corridors cut, reserve mobs outflanked, southern concentrations withdrawing without order, artillery cities overrun from the rear, whole thrusts stalled because the transport and gun mass meant to support them had been spent or redirected toward the long hunger around Hades. Gazkull still fought like a beast god at the center of the storm, but the storm's edges were being pared away by Imperial design. Yarrick saw it in the runes, saw it in the changing pulse of the enemy, saw it in how certain Ork pushes once endless, now came in bursts, separated by ugly confusion. He had wanted this moment, yet when it came, there was no triumph in him, only understanding. He stood atop the hull of a command chimera in the midst of the killing field, ash blowing around him, claw slick with blood, bale eye red in the furnace dusk, and watched the horde begin to fray. Not collapse, not vanish, fray. One formation withdrew because its war boss had been sniped or crushed. Another redirected toward a new noise because no central weight held it as firmly now. A third kept charging until annihilated because it lacked the wit or the self-interest to do otherwise. Across the wider front, the same process repeated. Overstretched groupings cracked open under Imperial counterattacks. Some fled, some fought in place and died. Some simply peeled away in search of a fresh scrap, not yet measured as hopeless. The invasion's momentum, which had once seemed a law of nature, began to die the death of any engine forced too long at unsustainable pressure. In that moment, Yarrick understood the darkest truth war had taught him. He had not defeated war. He had not mastered it, ended it, or even truly bested the enemy who stood across from him. He had survived one of its incarnations. That was all. Gazkull was a shape war had taken on Armageddon. Another shape would come after. Another prophet. Another siege. Another city fed into the guns. Men like himself did not win final victories. They merely endured catastrophes and arranged them into outcomes slightly less ruinous than they might have been. Armageddon was being saved, if the word could still be endured. Saved in the imperial sense. Saved as a mutilated veteran is saved when his limbs are gone, but the heart still beats. Saved as a hive is saved when half its population is ash, its spires split, its labor force crippled, and its streets layered with corpses so deep they alter future. Architecture. Saved as a world is saved when its fires will take generations to cool, and its children will inherit smoke, ruins, and names of the dead longer than any litany. The planet would live. It would never heal cleanly. The last attempt to kill Gazkull came in the dusk. Dante's design and Yarrick's fixation action had together created a brief, vicious opening near the shattered Hades approaches, where the prophet of war's command weight overextended just enough for a strike to be made. Blood angels thundered in from one flank through burning wreck lines. Steel Legion armor drove from the front, over mounds of scrap and dead. Artillery boxed the rear. For a moment, for one murderous, beautiful moment, Gazkull stood in a shrinking pocket of fire, smoke, and closing steel. Kessel thought then that it might truly end. He saw Yarrick driving forward through the ruin, command chimera half-wrecked, then on foot, then climbing over a fallen battle wagon with the claw raised, while the bale eye burned like a wound in the dusk. He saw blood angels cutting through knob bodyguards in sprays of black-red gore. He saw Gazkull turn and understand the shape around him. The great orc laughed, not because he had won, because the trap was worthy. Then he broke the pocket open by sheer violence. He drove into the nearest collapsing flank with an elite knot of survivors and did what only creatures of his kind could do when led by such a beast. He turned retreat into assault. Battle wagons already burning rammed headlong into the Imperial screen and exploded, tearing gaps in the lines with their own death. Knobs threw themselves beneath tank tracks with bombs and chain charges. Gazkull himself tore apart one flanking vehicle, bounded over the wreck, and vanished into a storm of smoke, bodies and counterfire with the surviving core of his retinue around him. Blood angels pursued. Steel Legion guns chased the opening. Shells walked the escape corridor. Men died, by the dozens trying to close the jaws in time. It was not enough. By the time the smoke thinned, he was gone. Not far, not safely, but gone. The horde around that sector had broken backward with him, abandoning wrecks, corpses, guns, and whole heaps of dead in the withdrawal. The kill had been denied. The battlefield quieted by degrees, not silence, but the lesser noise that follows impossible expenditure. Fires still burned, wounded still screamed, engines still idled or died. But the immense forward press of the war had eased. Along the wider front, the same truth took shape. Orc formations were withdrawing, fracturing or redirecting. Not all at once, not cleanly, and not with anything like surrender. Yet the great invasion thrust had lost its unstoppable body. Armageddon had survived the bite. Yarrick stood amid the wreckage east of Hades, while the wind dragged ash over mountains of scrap and corpses, and watched the smoke where Gazkull had vanished. Victory tasted bitter as iron. Kessel approached through the ruins, one arm bandaged, one lens cracked, face grey beneath the soot. Around them, Steel Legion survivors and Blood Angels moved among the dead, executing the wounded enemy, searching for salvage, dragging their own back from the heaps where possible, and marking those beyond such hope with quick final rites or quicker bullets. He escaped, Kessel said. Yarrick's human eye remained fixed on the dark horizon. The red lens glowed beside it like an ember refusing ash. Yes. Kessel waited, perhaps expecting fury, perhaps some grim satisfaction that the world still stood. What he got was quieter and worse. So the war remembers us both, Yarrick said. That was the end of it. Above them, Armageddon's sky still burned. In the distance, the ruins of Hades smouldered beneath torn banners and drifting smoke. Other fronts still fought. Other men still died. The planet had been saved and ruined in the same act. Gazkull lived. Yarrick lived. Between them, something unfinished endured, hard as iron and patient as hate. The horizon offered no peace, only the certainty that one day, somewhere in the black wars yet to come, they would find each other again. Armageddon smelled of the dead for months after the counterstroke. The pyres never truly stopped. They only changed location. What had once been parade grounds became cremation fields. What had once been worker squares became ration yards. The avenues outside the surviving hives filled each day with queues of men too exhausted to speak above a mutter, waiting for corpse starch, promethium allotments, medici triage, or reassignment orders that would send them back to walls still warm from the last bombardment. Wrecked habs leaned over the streets like old drunks too stubborn to fall. Whole districts had been reduced to stacked masonry, split pipes and blackened steel that groaned in the wind as though the city itself were in pain. Casualty rolls moved through the command tiers in bundles so thick and so frequent that no one read all the names aloud anymore. At a certain scale, loss became abstract to preserve function. Regiments were marked as reduced, shattered, remnant, or expended. Civilians were counted in labor availability and ration stress rather than in sons, fathers, or the shape of the dead found under the ruins. That was how worlds survived in the Imperium, by allowing grief no authority over the schedule. The smoke above the pyre trenches turned the sky into a lid of shifting black and copper. Ash settled on ration bowls, on the shoulders of officers, on tank hulls, on saint statues, and on the lips of men waiting for reassignment. Some of that ash was old refinery filth. Some of it was buildings. Some of it had once been the people of Hades' Hive and the greenskins who had died trying to devour it. On Armageddon there was no practical difference. Lieutenant Erhard Kessel, though he still held the rank only in the technical sense, stood in a casualty bureau beneath a broken mural of the Emperor Triumphant, and watched a clerk try to compress the slaughter of Hades into administratively acceptable language. The clerk's hands trembled as he sorted recovery estimates from confirmed dead, from unrecovered dead, from presumed dead, from units whose names had survived better than their members. Somewhere in the corridor beyond, a provost beat a man for attempting to forge his own transfer orders out of a convalescent ward. Somewhere farther off, shell cranes moved in the old rhythm that meant the war was not over enough to notice itself. Kessel's own transfer slate still listed him as combat viable. The Medicae notes attached to it suggested otherwise in tones of respectful disbelief. His face still bore the scars of the retreat. One lens of his rebreather had been replaced by a darker plate, because no proper issue had reached him yet. He was tired in the marrow, and still he stood. That too was Armageddon. By decree of lords, generals, and command organs, far removed enough from the streets to preserve their ceremony, Sebastian Yarrick became many things in the weeks after Hades fell, and the counterstroke held. Hero of Hades' Hive, savior of Armageddon, the Iron Commissar, Old Bale Eye, defender of Hell's Reach approaches, breaker of Ugulhard. He was cited in dispatches, named in strategic memoranda, lifted into speeches by men who would never have survived 10 minutes under his direct command. Administratum adepts prepared summaries of his deeds for wider circulation through the segmentum. Ecclesiarchy preachers folded his name into sermons about divine wrath, iron faith, and the emperor's chosen instruments. Propaganda sheets moved through ration lines bearing a stylized image of a one-armed commissar with a red burning eye and a Xenos claw raised over the broken green tide. Yarrick received it all with the expression of a man being slowly buried alive. He stood once in a command hall while a senior official, all medals and lacquered diction, read aloud a commendation describing his indomitable spirit and saint-like constancy beneath the emperor's gaze. Half the room watched the speaker. The other half watched Yarrick. He waited until the man finished, then said only, "How many tanks are still combat capable in the northern corridor?" The official blinked, as though struck. "The commendation can be engraved on my coffin later," Yarrick said. "The tanks." That was his view of the matter. Heroism was useful only insofar as it made frightened men hold their line for 1 minute longer, or made a wavering governor sign the correct orders without delay. Beyond that, it was clutter, perfume on a corpse. He did not want to be a myth. He wanted Gazkull dead, the next breach sealed, the next stockpile counted honestly, the next weak man cut from command before he cost stronger men their lives. Titles did not interest him. They interested everyone else, especially the survivors. The men who had come out of Hades alive could not keep their stories straight, which only made them stronger. One swore Yarrick had walked through a burst shell without a fragment touching him, because the Emperor had no use for lesser men claiming the old bastard's death. Another insisted the Bale Eye had burned through 3 Orks and a blast shutter in 1 stroke, and would have burned through more if the Commissar had not chosen to conserve charge. A third, drunk on fatigue and recaf in a Medicae corridor, told anyone who would listen that he had seen Yarrick climb from beneath a fallen crane, already bleeding from 3 mortal wounds, and then rip a knob in half with the claw before shooting a deserter in the same breath. Men who had never been near the Western Breach swore they had watched him kill Ugulhard. Men who had watched Ugulhard die described it in 7 different ways, none of them entirely truthful, and all of them somehow accurate to the feeling of it. The executioner's pistol grew larger in the retellings, the iron claw stronger, the burning eye more malevolent, the old man himself less mortal. Kessel heard one shell loader in a ration line say, with a straight face and absolute conviction, that Yarrick no longer slept, because sleep was an indulgence for creatures still negotiating with death. Another claimed the Commissar's heart had stopped during surgery, and the priests had simply forgotten to inform the body. A third, voice low with reverence and fear, said that when Yarrick looked at a man with the red eye, he could see exactly how that man would die if he failed in his duty. No official record would have admitted any of it. The official truth was harsher and more useful. Commissar Sebastian Yarrick was brutal, unforgiving, feared by those under his command, and merciless toward cowardice, delay, and self-deception. He inspired obedience less through affection than through absolute confidence in function. Men would die for him, not because he comforted them, but because his presence implied that their deaths would at least be spent correctly. He was the sort of commander soldiers cursed in private, feared in person, and followed into hell because the alternatives were disorder and extinction. That truth, once written in the dry language of reports and commendations, somehow seemed more terrible than the myth. Among the greenskins, his legend curdled into superstition. Old Bale Yarrick the immortal, the Humie what keeps getting back up, the old one what took a claw and made it his own. Those who had seen him maimed and still advancing spread the story through camps, withdrawal routes, and the sprawling iron pilgrimages of the retreating Wa. Some swore his eye was a curse beam. Some said he had eaten the soul of Ugulhard when he took the claw. Some, usually those who had been nearest the western breach or the burning freight apron, simply spat, looked aside, and said he was bad luck in a black coat. Greenskins did not frighten easily. That made their fear more valuable. An Imperial observer listening to intercepted voxbarks from a shattered Ork camp recorded one exchange in which a mob leader mocked his boys for slowing before an exposed trench line. The answer came back immediate and unashamed. "Thought I saw eye?" No further explanation followed. None was needed. Yarrick loathed the title Immortal on sight. The first time he heard it repeated inside an Imperial command bunker, he turned so fast that the officer who had spoken it went white beneath the soot. "Immortal men are lazy inventions," Yarrick said. "They excuse weak preparation. I bleed. Therefore you will continue counting ammunition." The officer saluted so sharply he nearly struck his own face. Yet even Yarrick understood the battlefield function of superstition. If frightened men held because they believed him harder to kill than the rest of them, then the lie possessed utility. If Orks hesitated because the red eye had become a totem of bad death in their crude minds, then he would not correct them either. He had never confused truth with kindness. Why begin then? The commendations continued. The reports grew cleaner as they moved away from the front, and therefore filthier in another sense, because language polished the blood off events until they could be handled in better rooms. Yarrick ceased attending those ceremonies he could avoid. When he could not avoid them, he stood like a carved threat while the words were read, and then returned immediately to the maps. The maps still mattered. Armageddon had lived through the invasion's breaking point, but living was not peace. Fires still ran across whole districts. Recovery columns still fought greenskin remnants in the ash wastes. Some hives stood only because the enemy had lost interest long enough for walls to be rebuilt. Others would never recover enough to deserve the same name again. The dead of Hades had bought time and shape and the chance of survival, not a clean ending. Yarrick knew that more keenly than anyone trying to place laurels upon him. In the charnel dark beyond the current front, where the retreating edges of the Wa still seethed with violence, Gazkull mag Uruk Thraka framed the whole campaign differently. He sat upon a throne of welded iron and tank plating in a camp grown vast from movement rather than settlement, the kind of place only an Ork horde could call temporary, while still making it look like the capital of a kingdom built from murder. Fires burned in pits all around him. Wounded boys brawled for the right to stay near the center, rather than be sent off with lesser mobs. Mechs hammered broken engines back into rough life. Weird boys shivered and laughed at voices only they could hear. The whole host smelled of oil, fungus, blood, hot iron, and the fierce joy of creatures who had been pushed back and did not mistake that for shame. A lesser war boss, all dented plate and frustration, spat into the dirt near the throne. "We should have had the world proper, boss." Gazkull turned his head with slow, dangerous interest. "We got a world proper," he said. "We smashed cities, burned them, killed loads, made the sky loud. That's proper." "Yeah, but the old Humie slipped." At that, Gazkull's grin returned. "Good." The war boss frowned, not understanding. Gazkull leaned forward, massive hands resting on his knees, the iron and scar tissue of him catching the firelight in broken gleams. If I'd just crumped him at Hades and that were that, it'd be over. Nice, loud, done. But this way... He spread one huge hand, as if presenting the whole dark galaxy to the mob. This way I found a proper enemy. Around him the closest knobs muttered approval, without fully understanding why they approved. Gazkull's certainty supplied its own argument. He bit her back, Gazkull said. He made it worth it. Old one's nasty, mean, knows how to make a fight hurt. That's rare in humies. Most of them just squeal when you lean on them hard enough. This one don't. The camp listened. He did not frame the Armageddon campaign as humiliation, not even as failure in the terms a human strategist might choose. It had been a worthy war. It had burned properly. It had produced an enemy who had answered the question of violence in the right language. That mattered more to Gazkull than possession of any one city. "We'll have another go," he said, almost conversationally. The words spread outward through the mobs like a spark finding dry fuel. "Not now, maybe. Not this exact minute. Galaxy's big, lots to smash, lots to learn. But him?" Gazkull tapped one iron claw against the arm of the throne. "Him I wants again." In that lay the true shape of the feud. Yarrick wanted the beast ended because that was what duty required, and because the old commissar was not built to leave his greatest enemy alive by preference. Gazkull wanted the fight again because he had found in Yarrick something precious to his kind, opposition strong enough to turn slaughter into revelation. Neither motive offered peace. Back on Armageddon, the medals accumulated anyway. They arrived in velvet trays, in sealed cases, in citations, in honor guards. Yarrick accepted some because refusal would have cost time and offended men whose cooperation still had tactical value. Others were held for him in armories and command shrines because he did not bother to collect them. An ecclesiarchy functionary once asked whether a commemorative tableau might be assembled depicting his stand at Hades. Yarrick told the man he could build whatever image he liked, so long as he first committed the same amount of stone, labor, and transport to replacing 2 collapsed gun bastions. The tableau never materialized. The bastions did. Kessel, watching all this, came to understand that myth was another campaign front. A world needed symbols after surviving such ruin, and Yarrick, whether he despised the role or not, had become the one Armageddon could most easily endure. He was hard enough to suit the planet, ugly enough to be honest, unkillable enough, in rumor, to let broken men imagine the war had not merely passed over them by accident. One evening, as the pyres burned beyond the outer parapets and ration horns sounded below, Kessel found Yarrick alone on a ruined battlement overlooking a waste of wrecks and blackened habs that had once formed part of the approaches to Hades. The wall beneath them was still cracked. The wind carried ash and the distant thud of guns from sectors where the war had not yet accepted the memo of its own partial failure. A folded commendation case lay on the parapet beside Yarrick, unopened. Kessel glanced at it. "Another. Yes. You will not read it." "No." Kessel looked out, over the ruins. "They need it. I know." That was all. Not contempt, not acceptance. Merely recognition that symbols had their place, and that place was usually somewhere adjacent to the real work. "The title is spreading," Kessel said after a time. "Immortal." Yarrick's claw flexed once, the talons opening and closing with a low mechanical snarl. "Then they are fools. Useful fools." At that, the faintest ghost of something moved at the corner of Yarrick's mouth. Not amusement, something harder to name. "Yes," he said. Below them, Armageddon endured in the way only imperial worlds can. Not by healing, but by remaining functional through damage that should have ended them. Tank columns still moved. Shell lifts still clattered. Workers still filed to shifts beneath smoke. Priests still blessed guns. Children still learned to duck at the right note of incoming fire. Somewhere in the dark beyond the current lines, greenskin remnants still fought, raided, gathered, and dreamed their own savage futures. Somewhere farther still, beyond Armageddon, beyond this war, beyond the parades and citations and pyre smoke, Gazkull lived. The galaxy was too wide for one victory to matter for long. Yarrick knew it. Gazkull knew it. That knowledge was the cold thread binding them. "Will he come back?" Kessel asked. Yarrick did not answer at once. The red eye stared into the smoke, as if range-finding the future. "Yes," he said at last, "or I will go to him." Kessel believed him instantly. Night thickened over the ruins. The pyres burned lower. Far off, some gun line opened, and the horizon flashed in slow red pulses. Somewhere in the wastelands beyond sight, the prophet of war no doubt still grinned at the memory of Hades and the old man who had turned a hive into a worthy answer. Somewhere in the Imperium's grinding machinery, fresh orders and new wars were already taking shape. On the parapet above the corpse of one broken city and the survival of a wounded world, Sebastian Yarrick stood in his black coat, with the stolen claw flexing at his side and the bionic eye burning through the smoke. And somewhere in the dark, Gazkull smiled and swore they would meet again.